Hello. I'm almost set up. Oh, she went back. Hi. It's not a bug. Eat it. Eat it. Kill it. Why are you just staring at it, Marjorie? You love to chase things. Eat it. Get it. Yes, yes. Good girl. Good girl. Get it. Get it. Eat it. Hi, Noodle. Hold on a second. Ah, she's gone. No, come back. Annabelle used to kill spiders for us, and Mia won't do it, and I thought Marjorie would do it because, you know, she's a kitten. And I don't... Oh, are you gonna get it? Good girl. Hang on, let me switch this. You might be able to see her on camera. She's going for it. Go, girl! Get it! Hi, baby! Yeah, good girl! Good job! Hi, Cypher. Good girl! Good girl! Good girl! Get it! As long as it's, like, not a wasp or a bee, I try to encourage them to kill critters that come into the house. Because I don't want to deal with them. This character may be recognizable to some people. Also, Cypher, I don't know why that did that to you. That's weird. That shouldn't have happened. Good job, Miss Marjorie. You're such a good girl. Good girl. Good job. I wish I had treats next to me. I thought I did, but I don't know where they went, or if she's stolen them. And she's not actually a good girl. She's actually a bad girl, but I'm sure it's fine. Hi, baby. What are you doing? What are you doing? My desk is, like, both a mess and, like, cleaner than it's been in weeks, because I've been trying to organize it. But it's still a mess because there's, like, stuff to be organized on my desk. But I have, like, a small end table behind me now. So if I scoot back my chair and you hear a loud noise, it's just me running into that end table. Hopefully I will not do that. Hopefully I have found the exact position it needs to be in to where everything on it is within arm's reach. But I don't hit it, because I did accidentally keep hitting it into Mia because her favorite spot is right behind that end table. And now she's a little miffed at me, but not too miffed. So, that happened today. Thankfully, finally, been a much more chill week, though. It's been a bit hectic. And that's too much for me. I don't have a lot of energy as it is on a good day. And life was just like, do you want to have all of your problems thrown at you at once? I was like, no, that sounds like a bad time. And life was just like, well, here's some lemons. Yeah, don't do that. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't disastrous or anything. It was just like a bunch of things all at once. I'm just like, I don't want to clean. I don't want to do all of the difficult things at once. I want to do them spread out over the course of like 6 months, please. So I don't have to think hard about them. Anyways, there's gonna be a lot of background cleanup on this. I've got like the general idea of everything I want in this figured out, but the colors are wrong, the lighting is wrong, and there's not enough detail. And all of this bothers me immensely, and it has been bothering me. I've been trying to think my way around the problem without actually doing anything about the problem, which tends to be my issue. And that I'm like, surely if I just keep thinking about it, I will come to a solution to this problem. But then I don't like test anything out until I figure out like, yes, this is the perfect solution to my problem. And sometimes you just need to throw paint at a wall until something sticks. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. It's good. I'm just saying I can do better. And I know I can do better. And the fact that I have not done better at this point in time is a failure on my account. Fear not. I'm not holding myself up to ridiculous standards or anything. I just looked at this and I'm just like, this is just you in like a cool, like a normal forest at noon casting a cool spell, and I'm just like, I mean, that's cool and all, but I can do better than that. I can make this look like a fantastic fucking night scene where there's like glowing and fireflies and it looks epic as fuck. It looks like you're casting some sort of like legendary ritual. Like, I can do that. I know I can do that. I've done that before. And that is why I think I can do better here. Like, already, when I was talking to you about why I wanted to change the way that the scene was composed, like, I was just like, it's not cool enough. I can do cooler than this. I can make you look rad as fuck. And that is what I am supposed to do as an artist. And that's my dilemma here, because, like, you didn't request, like, any sort of, like, fantasy forest or anything, so I'm trying to stick to natural colors, but at the same time, I'm just like, this needs more purple and blue in it. And I might be a bit biased, considering the background of my actual literal fucking stream in that regards, but blue and purple in a forest just makes everything look so fucking magical. I'm just saying. No, you're fine. That's my job. As soon as you said do what you want, it's now my job to make you look rad as fuck. Like, and I will admit, like, it takes me a little bit longer to get there in the end. Oh, that's why Kira got hers in like 2 days, because she gave me a literal short story. But I'll get there, and it'll be cool as fuck, and you will get this in the next couple of weeks for sure. I just have to beat my brain into submission. It's fine. See, the other problem is my brain has been thinking of 5 different animatics all at the same time, only 3 of which that I'm working on, or have started, or have planned. My brain will not stop. It won't stop. I need to stop listening to new music, because if I hear a new song, my brain immediately goes, oh, I could make a video out of that. And I'm like, no, I don't need any more. I have an album that's 4 hours long of just songs to animate things to. I don't need more. But you see, this is my problem. My problem is I get bored of the songs I've been listening to because I listen to the same song on repeat for 8 hours straight. Because what else are you supposed to do in life? And then I'm like, well, now I need to find a new song to listen to for the next 8 hours. And I find a new song, and I'm like, I can be alright with that. I drive myself insane. I am my own worst enemy. Oh, and also the Abyssian has been very much distracting me. I'm terribly sorry about that. There's not much to do at work when they've given me a story that I have to, like, just stare at the code for hours. But then, like, I need to do something with my hands and with brain power that I'm not using. Oh, it'll be fine, Noodle, don't worry. When I said it would be done by the end of October, I was overestimating the amount of time I would need. It really has just been, I've gotten distracted for a couple of weeks. It will be done, fret not. And the rest of the stuff is like 90 days, 60 days, I have plenty of time. And honestly, even if I don't get verified, I don't give a shit. It's fine. Commissions are a side hobby. There's no need to panic. No, it should be fine. I'm pretty sure it's like 60 days, 90 days. So I'm well within that time frame. And the reviews, I believe, do not have a time frame on them. It is specifically the amount paid, which yours and Kira's combined cover that, so eh. Yeah, no worries. I really like that you can set deadlines, because it forces me to remember things. It also forces me to remember things because the first thing you see when you open VGen as an artist is your backlog of things, and like for the longest time it's been empty for me, but now it's just like, you have one pending commission. I'm like, oh fuck yeah I do, I need to go work on that. So that's nice as well, because otherwise I will just forget things. Not on purpose. I do my best to put everything right in front of my face so I remember, but I'm not always the greatest at it. I don't know what color I'm gonna make those mushrooms. See, that's my problem. The color scheme here— the color scheme here is so messy. Your color scheme is fine. I'm talking specifically about the background. And the colors I picked for your magic are wrong as well. They're the right colors, but they need to be paler. I don't know what to do about it though. I guess I could just like hue adjust, make them more saturated and also paler. But that looks bad. I don't know why this always looks bad, but it always looks bad. Kiara, hello, thank you for resubscribing. Maybe if I do it through here, if I just fuck around, it'll give me something delightful. See, that's not bad, but I also don't like it. Yeah, no, I'm factoring in transparency and stuff. It's not gonna look good with transparency, because it's just gonna look like that, and that does not look good. That looks bad. It looks better, but it still looks bad. The problem is I color picked directly from your reference, and your reference looks rad as fuck. But it does not fit in the context of my style. I just need to course correct. I also need to... Is this in front of everything? It's in front of most things. Oh, that wasn't on purpose? Just tell everyone it was on purpose. Also, I'm so sorry, Kira. Oh no. Just a short 8-hour stream. Marjorie? What were you getting into? Where are you? Do I need to get the spray bottle? Oh shit. Ow. Oh, that's nice. I can't watch streams and draw, because then I just start chatting, and then I don't get anything done. I was trying to find good background noise earlier to draw to. I really need some background noise right now. But every time I try to find background noise, I just end up getting distracted by it. Which is not good! This might be too dark and spooky. It's still not the right vibes. Like, it was almost there, but then I did it on these front bits and it didn't look right again. See, like, that's in the right direction, but it's also not the right direction. Which is confusing, I am aware. That's too bright. And this is too evil, slash too dark, kind of. Not really. It's the right darkness, but it's not the right vibe. That's better. That's closer to the right vibe. I don't understand how I'm getting this up glow layers, but I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, I do listen to music sometimes when I'm drawing, but sometimes what my brain wants is a 8-hour-long video essay, and there's only so many of those that I'm aware of that don't make me want to punch somebody. I can only listen to the H-Bomb Playbros essay so many times. The past couple of days, I was rewatching Jenny Nicholson's the Star Wars Hotel Disaster again. Because I didn't have anything else to watch. I've been trying to find a new anime series to watch in the background, and I've got nothing. Like, just nothing looks interesting when I look through titles on the site I was looking on. I'm so sad. Because I can't just, like, pick whatever's new. I have to pick something that's got a season, because I'm gonna sit there and draw for 4 hours. If there's only a couple episodes, I don't have enough to watch. Which I feel really bad about. I will say though, I have been keeping up with is it season 2 of Tower of God? The newest season of Tower of God? Fantastic. I'm so delighted by everything. I'm so excited for the next few episodes of it in the season finale. It's gonna be so fucking good. Also, don't mind the fact that everything's still the wrong color. I'm getting somewhere. I've been trying to do that, but I can't, like, nothing's the right vibe. Like, the right vibe for me right now is some kind of, like, psychological gambling anime. There's only so many of those, and I really don't want to rewatch Kakaguri. I have very mixed feelings about Kakaguri, or however the fuck you say it. Like, cause, like, I love the premise. I love the idea of, like, a school all about gambling. I love the games in this show. I think they're neat. I don't like much of the other bits about it. I do like the style of the show. The style is very cool and very pretty. I'm not a fan of the fan service. I have seen Death Parade. It's not the right vibes. It's too chill. There's not enough... I'm not sure how to put it. Like... What's the word? Because, like, I like Death Parade. But I'm looking for Danganronpa. If that makes any sense. It probably doesn't. And I don't know how to describe it other than, like, I'm looking for, like, insane, off-the-wall bullshit of stuff like Danganronpa in my weird psychological animes, and there's just not enough of it still. You get it occasionally, but it's always mixed with some weird shit. Cause, like, I also really fucking love No Game No Life, and I fucking hate the sibling relationship stuff. It's weird. I hate the main character dude. He's fucking weird. I don't like him. But everything else about it is great. And I don't mind the fan service as much in that one, because I do think it is funny in a different way. But I also still hate it in the same regard. It's hard to explain. Like, there's bits where it makes me laugh, and then there's bits where, like, I cringe so hard I shut down my entire computer. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I have weird taste, and I blame it on the fact that I grew up with Homestuck. I blame Homestuck for a lot of things. I probably shouldn't, but I also probably should. I'm fairly certain Homestuck is the origin of this for me. I don't know. I was also rewatching Durarara, because there's a little bit in Durarara of that kind of vibe, but it's significantly more sane, and also there's not nearly as much creepy fan service in it, which I very much adore. But it didn't scratch the itch. I have to cough again, one moment, please. I'm okay now. I know it's out there. That's the worst part. It's like, I know that there's anime in this category that I'm looking for, but I don't know what it's classified as. Because anime classification is weird. Like, I was like, okay, maybe I should just, like, look up gambling animes and maybe I'll find something. And all of the ones I saw were, like, 3 of them actually had gambling in it, because I knew that because I had watched them. One of them was literally just one specific game that wasn't gambling at all, and it was completely different vibes from everything else on the list, and half the list was not even like any sort of game at all. It was like the main premise of the anime, and I was just like, what is happening here? Is this AI generated? What is this bullshit? I'm no one's like recommending things on Tumblr at the moment, so I can't grab anything off of there to watch, which makes me sad. That might be my own fault. I do follow a bunch of people who are like terminally insane about their specific blorbo for one specific piece of fiction, and I support them for it, because I am the same way. I was just talking to my friend about Genshin, and he was just like, I mean, it's better than Fontaine, but that's a low bar because I fucking hate Fontaine. And I'm just like, bro, you're talking to the person who loves Fontaine still. Like, come on. You gotta pick a different metric here, because this is not a useful one for TS2. We were talking about the designs in Genshin, which just some very mixed reviews. I have my reservations about the character designs for a couple of reasons, but I do feel like they very much succeeded with Natlan as a whole. But yeah, it's fine. Even if I can't find an anime, maybe I should just start looking for video essays again. I was recommended one, or like somebody was recommending one on Tumblr where they were just like, if you're looking for video essays like this guy, you should listen to this. But the problem was it was about rap, and I don't know anything about rap. And I didn't find it, like, particularly piquing my interest, and I was very sad because it was very clearly a very well done essay. And I don't have the link anymore, so I can't even go back and try again. I am terribly sorry for your loss. The Natlan designs are interesting, though, because, like, on one hand, I do enjoy them. I feel like they are set very apart from the rest of the designs in Genshin, and I feel like that's a good thing. Because a lot of Genshin designs, I was complaining about this like 3 seconds ago, they have reused silhouettes from day one, and they continue to reuse them, and it makes me really fucking mad, because it would not be that difficult for them to like just fucking break the mold, even just slightly. But they're cowards, so that won't happen. But, like, I can forgive a lot of things in the Natlan designs, because I feel like they're funny. Like, I like Canuck's design. I think Aja is hilarious as a bit, as long as they never do that again to a different character. I think if they just leave it as Canuck and Aja, they're good. But I can't forgive the fact that Auron literally just straight up has ripped blue jeans in Genshin. I'm just like, huh? What? Why do that man have blue jeans? The only other on-screen character that's had anything like blue jeans is Xiolin, who has short shorts that are also made out of blue jean material. I'm just like, where the fuck are you guys getting jeans from? Like, that's a whole different kind of fabric compared to the rest of the stuff everyone else in the game wears. And, like, I get that it's all based off of, like, different cultures and stuff. Different cultures have access to different materials. But I haven't looked up, like, how blue jeans are made recently, because it hasn't been something that's been a part of my Willow building that I've had to look up. But just with the makeup of Tava and like how close everything is together and stuff like that, I call bullshit on them having blue jeans. Like, no, that doesn't make sense at all to me. And like, maybe, I don't know. It's confusing, because like, they've positioned the different cultures in this weird way of them, like, I guess supposedly being kind of far apart, but also still, like, technically really close together. And so you get this, like, weird thing where it's just like, well, okay, that makes sense that different cultures would be at like different technology levels, depending on what they had access to, like materials wise, magic wise, archon wise, and whatnot. Like, it makes sense that Fontaine and Natlin have a very different idea of technology compared to Liyue, for example. And if you look at like the way that technology is distributed between those three nations, it kind of makes sense, because Liyue does technically have some like really technological marvels of equipment. It's just a lot of it is Adeptus stuff. But also at the same time, it doesn't make sense at all, and it's very confusing, and I feel like they could have thought that out better. But also, like, my friend was complaining that Natlin designs don't feel like Genshin designs, and I call bullshit on that. Natlin designs feel incredibly fucking Genshin to me. The overuse of detail, the silhouettes as a whole are still very Genshin. The only difference between the Natlin designs and everywhere else is that they're using new materials in them. They're using leather, they're using blue jeans, they're using, what else did they have that made me, like, just threw me off when I looked at it the first time? I think it was just, like, the zippers and stuff in general, because it's all, like, Western street clothes is what they're wearing. And the only other difference, really, like, as a whole on the designs is the motifs are all squares and triangles, and a lot of the other nations all use a lot of curves as oh, OBS? Did OBS just disconnect for half a second there? Are we all good? Pat? OBS, don't do that. That's scary. But, like, because it's such a different, like, design motif of, like, hard edges and straight lines, it looks very different, and it feels very different, but it's still the same thing. It's nothing new. I don't know, I feel very strongly that Genshin has not changed itself very much from the very beginning, other than being able to put more people on the teams, thus creating more, like, detailed environments and stuff. And also stupider puzzles. Like, more convoluted. Like, everything gets more convoluted, but it's still, like, the same as the beginning, in my opinion. Maybe it was just because I was staring at Shiolin's coat earlier, and like, I was looking at how it's shaped really weirdly, and I was just like, this is just Nguang's hair all over again, for like, the 47th time. I hate the Genshin silhouette. The Genshin silhouette is the worst, but I cannot deny they do make hot women. Because, like, when Shiolin does not have her coat on, when she's doing her little roller skatey thing, like, that looks so fucking cool. Like, she looks so cool, she does not, like, fit into the Genshin silhouette at that point, and I think that looks fucking amazing. But when she's got her stupid coat on, she looks dumb as hell. The coat is literally just 2 ribbons and sleeves. Why is it just, it literally does not have a back. It's so stupid looking. Why did they design it that way? I hate it so much. She doesn't even wield a spear. She has no reason to have the weird split in the back. Why do they do this to every silhouette? I could sit here and complain about Genshin designs for 4 hours. Like, there's things about them that I think are very good, and then you get the weird split in the back. I don't know why it has to exist. I'm gonna delete this branch, because it's been annoying the shit out of me for 3 weeks. And And it looked cool, and I thought it looked cool, and I liked it for the longest time. I'm done with it. I don't like it anymore. It's been a thorn in my side. I don't know. I want Ian to come in here so I can rant at him about Genshin designs. And prove to him that he's wrong. The Natlan designs are just Genshin all over again. He just has something against squares. Like, that's what I feel like's happening here. Cause he doesn't like most of Fontaine too. And some of that I think is valid, but like some of the Fontaine designs, I look at that one and I'm just like, this is just the same design reboxed. I think you just have something against squares, and that's fine. I'm trying to figure out what is bothering me about these branches. Because now it's not the colors. The colors are good now. Oh, hello! Thank you for the raid, Coder. I've seen you before. I know that icon. You've come in here before, haven't you? Your icon looks very familiar. Your name is very familiar to me. But hello! Thank you for raiding. I hope your day has been good. I hope your stream went well. Please tell me what you did. I love hearing about that sort of thing, but also if you've got to run, go ahead and run. Take a break, get a drink, go to the bathroom, please. Oh my god, go to the bathroom. I'm working on a commission and I'm ranting about whatever comes to mind. Also, there might be a cat above my head occasionally. I don't know where she's run off to. She's probably doing mischief. She didn't eat a bug earlier when she was going after the bug, and I think she's embarrassed about that. Yeah, okay, I did recognize you before. Cool. I try to remember people's names. I'm not very good at it. I'm doing my best. But yeah, I'm working on a commission for Noodle Doodle there. I'm attempting to get verified on VGen, and this is the last commission I need to do that, so I'm trying to kick my butt into gear and finish it, but it's annoying the shit out of me, because I'm trying to make her look cool, and I'm not making her look as cool as I think I can make her look. I don't have a Ring camera, and I actually specifically avoid like looking at myself in cameras because I think cameras make you look worse, and I'm right. But occasionally at work, when I'm leaving the bathroom, they've got a full-length mirror like right next to the door, and occasionally I look into there and I'm like, wow, I look hot as hell today. And sometimes I look in the mirror and I'm like, oh my god, this hair has been sticking up for the last 30 minutes. I look like a dork. But thankfully, my hair has been buzzed off now, so now that can't happen. But yeah, that was my experience this week. I did look into the mirror and I was like, wow, I look like a butch lesbian now. I look hot as hell. I'm here for this. Oh no! Noodle, no! Hey, you're fine. You're fine. Look, you are allowed to be comfy and cozy, and you look just as pretty then as you do at any other point in time, because you're the same person, and it's okay. You don't have to put all that effort in if no one's gonna look at it, and even if somebody's gonna look at it, it's not their business how much effort you put into it. Hello! Oh no! Yeah, I feel that though. I have a sweater next to my work computer, cause I always wear PJs when I'm at home now. So if they ever ask me to turn on my work computer camera, I just very quickly put on that sweater and pretend that I'm actually a professional human being who does dress up for work every day like they're supposed to. Do I? No. The sweater, since I've been moved, because they haven't been asking me to wear, or to put on my camera on days that everyone's out of the office now, probably because everyone's out of the office now, but I do have, like, the hook that I put on the wall for it there still, because you never know when I'll need to put it back. I need to color those mushrooms. I really need to pick a color for those mushrooms. Problem is, like, mushrooms are, like, brown, and the dirt is brown. And I don't want them to be the same brown as the dirt. I want them to stand out, but I don't want them to stand out too much, because if they stand out too much, then it looks weird. Dude, you'd be surprised. I have seen some guys who very much look like butch lesbians. And vice versa. It happens. That was actually the direction I was thinking, Noodle, because I think you sent something with, like, an inky mushroom. I was like, oh, I do love those. But I'm trying to decide if that's going to be too much detail, but I think anyways I'm going to put more detail there. It is a fine line. I just think about that one thing you hear all the time of, like, a gay guy and a butch lesbian mistaking the other for themselves. Yeah, see? You understand! It's an easy look to accidentally do. I recently, oh my god, I have to talk about, so I got a shirt that I pre-ordered from Maya Kern's website. I don't know if you guys have heard about her. If you've been here before, you've probably heard about her because I fucking love her stuff, and I'm so mad that I don't wear skirts because all of her skirt designs are so pretty. But she did a pre-order for this cotton long sleeve shirt, and it's the coolest fucking shirt. It's covered in skulls, and I finally arrived recently, and it is the softest shirt I've ever worn. Holy shit, I really hope she does more cotton button-up shirts, because I want 5 billion of them, and I'm so sad I didn't order 2. It felt like I was wearing pajamas to work. It was that cozy. Unfortunately, she has not said anything since. But now everyone's, like, raving about them, because the pre-order originally didn't sell that well, and she's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't sell t-shirts even though you guys have been asking for them, and they're like, no, it's just, the print is skulls. Like, maybe not the best print for a test pre-order, but you know, I mean, it happens. But I'm sitting here hoping and praying. There's also, what was the other thing? Oh, fuck! Now I remember! I was supposed to go check another website! The journal that I have all my magic notes in, for like Abyssian and stuff, I got it off the site called, oh, what the fuck was it called? Some Australian online store. I don't remember, but I got an email recently because I was like, oh my god, all your stationery is cool. Yes, you can send me emails as much as you want because I want to hear about new products. And they're redesigning the journal, and it looks so pretty, and I need one, and it was supposed to release on Thursday, and I completely fucking forgot about it, and it might be sold out, and I will cry if it's sold out. Quirky Collections, that's what it's called. Hold on a second. I will pull it up so you guys can see it. If I can find the fucking link to it. I know I have it saved. I'm not that stupid, right? This is important. I remembered everything but this. No, I've got every other site saved except for this one. just need to pull it up and have it in the background so I remember. Here it is. But also, it looks so pretty. It's got like foil on the cover and it's hardcover. It's literally gorgeous. Oh my god, did they redesign the cover entirely? I didn't realize that. It's so pretty. Hold on, let me open this image in a new tab. I will show this on stream because it's so good. It's expensive because you also have to ship it to America, and it's expensive because it's really fancy stationery, but it's so pretty. There we go. Like, look at that! Look at this! It's so pretty! The design is different on the one that I have. That is supposed to, that's the original design of this particular one, but it's all in gold instead of the different colors. But I love the different colors. It's so pretty. I need 50 of them that I will eventually draw in. I fully understand that, Noodle. I was also very scared to write in mine originally, which is why I got 2 of them. And then I was like, this is perfect for putting my made-up magic language in. I just need to start writing notes in it, because I just need somewhere to keep all of my notes together on this stuff. And like, sometimes I just write things on index cards when I'm too afraid to actually write them down, and I just stick them in the book until I'm ready to write it down entirely. But recently, I've been redoing the entire thing, and I'm just covering up the old pages with paper glued on top of the ones that I wrote and pin on. So it's just like, you know what, it's fine. If I fuck up, I've got whiteout, I've got paper that I can just like post-it note on top of anything I fucked up on. It's fine. But yeah, oh my god, it's gorgeous. I hate the fact that YouTube Shorts has gotten me into stickers and stationery and all of this note stuff, but I also like that I'm actually like organizing my notes again. I don't want to talk about how many stickers I have. I do kind of want to talk about it because I do have a neat collection, but holy fuck, I have so many. It's kind of an embarrassing amount. I also like I already get scratches all over my arms and hands because Marjorie is a menace, but I also get like little cuts on my fingers whenever I pick up like cutting dies, because I accidentally cut myself on the metal some fucking how. Constantly, and it's kind of embarrassing how often I do that. Maybe when I'm not in the middle of a commission like this, I will swap over to the hand cam and attempt to show you guys my absurd bullshit dragon hoarding of all of this stuff. I did also attempt journaling at one point, but I have since realized it's not for me in the slightest form. I don't enjoy it at all. I don't get anything out of it. I don't find any intrinsic joy out of it. Even if I try to like spice it up by like putting stickers on it and stuff, it's not fun. I do love taking notes on absurd things like my stupid magic language that is still plaguing me. When I'm done with stream, please, this is a drawing stream, I'm looking immediately. Oh, that looks so cool! Oh my gosh. She's gonna love it. A therapist I had when I was younger tried to get me to journal. My parents tried to get me to journal. And every time I was just like, this isn't fun. I don't want to do this. This isn't helping. the only type of journaling I found personally interesting, and it was specifically because I was trying to get myself to lucid dream, because I thought the idea of controlling my dreams was neat, was a dream journal. But the problem with that is I only dream once every like 6 months. And thus I cannot remember for long enough to continuously put my dreams in dream journal. Otherwise I would do that. There's like something with lucid dreaming and remembering your dreams where if you write down your dreams right when you wake up, apparently you are more likely to continue remembering your dreams. And remembering your dreams is the first step to trying to learn how to lucid dream. Which as soon as you do it the first time, apparently it's supposed to be easy. I have successfully lucid dreamed, and it was very funny. It was also the shortest dream I've ever had, because I literally started laughing so hard I woke myself up. But it was fun. It was interesting to be in a dream and recognize that it was a dream. A lot of the times I'm in dreams, like, I will sense this, like, otherworldliness about it while I'm currently dreaming, but I won't be able to tell myself that it is a dream. So, like, the divide between that and lucid dreaming is a very interesting one. It's technically not lucid dreaming unless you are actively aware that it is a dream. You have to be aware that it's a dream, then it's a lucid dream, and then knowing that it's a dream allows you some control over it, is the idea behind lucid dreaming. Controlling your dream is not lucid dreaming, it is specifically knowing that it's a dream. It's the weird divide there. Yeah, there's that too. There is that too, where it's just like, I don't want to write about myself. Let me just make up a guy. Actually, scratch that. Let me make up 100 guys. We'll cut every bit of my day into all of their experiences. This guy gets my frustration at, I don't know, whatever work thing I was working on. And this guy gets my anxiety for the day. I think I'm being made fun of on Tumblr, specifically on my Nikki Tumblr, because through tomfoolery that I could not explain, I have accidentally become attached to the character everyone hates, including myself, because I made up a pathetic little dude in an alternate universe. And I have to keep telling myself that I can't make him anxious in this AU because he is not an anxious character. But every time I'm like thinking of little scenarios, it pops back up and I have to beat it back down with the hammer because I give all of my characters anxiety. Not all of them need anxiety. Do you have a toy house or anything? Like a place where you store your characters? I really need to update my toy house profiles. They're so outdated. The art on there isn't. I uploaded the new art of Farron and the other commission I got of Lucille. Because they're so pretty. Or wait, no, I didn't upload the Farron art because it was it was too big. The file size is too big, I have to resize it, and I was too lazy to do that before stream. But the Lucille art went on. It was all good there. Hey! Thank you for the YouTube raid! How was cooking, guy? Was it tasty? Was it delicious? I'm sure it was, but like, I still gotta ask. Also, don't forget to like, go to the bathroom and do your post-stream nonsense. But hello, I'm working on Noodle's commission today. I know you folks know Noodle. Noodle needs no introduction, because she's fabulous. A long pie? Oh, I see. It took so long. Hey, that's a talent too. Also, elaborate. Please tell me what kind of fanfics that you do for Doki Doki Literature Club. I'm curious now. Only if you want to. Let's be You don't have to. Oh no. My, the camera I'm using for Live 2D is, dying. Hang on, I might need to switch to a PNG. I didn't realize it was that low on battery, and I do not know why it's that low on battery. Hang on, I'm frozen. I'll become a hat in just a moment. Oh, I have to join Discord. Let's go there. And oh! Hello, I am a hat. Hell yeah, please feel free. I love hearing about people's stuff. Can I just... Nope, that's also the hat. Boop. There we go. Now I'm just the hat. Cool. Sorry about that. I don't know why that phone has died. It is plugged in. Oh, that's cool. What kind of mods are there for Doki Doki Literature Club? Like, I'm assuming there's probably, like, sprite mods and stuff like that. And I'm sure there's storytelling mods, but are there any other ones? Something I really liked about the game is just, like, the different little horror effects they add, so I'm curious if people have added to that experience. This drawing app is called Sketchbook for the iPad. It has a long history, but I think it's just Sketchbook now. Hey, Kira. It's not a bad app, especially for a beginner, and it's fairly cheap, if I recall correctly. If you're trying to go professional art, though, and if you have the resource to do so, I would recommend picking a different program. And I can get into the details of that if you'd like, but all I will say is that I have a toxic relationship with this art program, in that every time I try to learn another program, I get frustrated with it and I just go back to what's easy, because I know this one already. I've heard good things about Ibis Paint. Also, that makes a lot of sense. It didn't come to mind immediately, but Doki Doki Literature Club definitely is like, what's the word? Just filled with, like, potential for LGBT content. Especially with, like, the, whatever that bonus content was? I don't know. I only watched the original game. I didn't watch the additional thing, because I was just there for the horror aspect. Hey Kara, I became a hat a few minutes ago. The phone I used for my model is dying. It needs to charge for some reason. It's cursed. It wasn't that long ago, don't worry, you didn't miss much. Also, Sketchbook can as well. I think the desktop app can export a bunch of different... Excuse me, oh my gosh, I have hiccups. Okay, buddy, we don't need caps, though. I understand the rage, though. Carmen Sandiego on Netflix is a very good show. Well, you cannot steal my entire being, Akira. I don't know how that would help. I should draw little dolls of a few people, and then, like, if you steal the hat, when I'm like this, I just put the hat on the little doll. That would work, right? That's technically you stealing it. Waffles, please stop using caps. All caps like that. Yeah, I just ratatouille you, it's fine. It's definitely fine, I won't make you commit a crime like that. You're perfectly safe in my fey hands. Hey, it's okay. It's just, I did ask you to stop the first time, and you didn't, and I operate on a 3-strike rule. Huh. Also, yeah, that makes sense. The modding community for any game is pretty, filled with variety. I personally mod occasionally The Sims 4, and I can't really do much with it. I can only really do texture mods. Although I've messed a little bit with ripping files from one game and putting it into The Sims, I just wasn't very good at it. Hey, welcome to the stream. I am kind of surprised with the idea of the creators having any control over mods, to the extent of just saying what is a mod and what isn't. That is a little bit strange to me. I mean, to each their own. It's just in my experience, like, anything that changes the game is a mod, no matter how small it is. Okay, I think it's just I need to do the overpainting and like add a few more details that I want. Because I'm now much happier about this and it looks less awkward. I do need to probably flatten a few of these layers so that I can actually cut into them. That one's fine. That can be flattened. And that can be flattened. I'm the creature underneath the hat. Why would the hat have eyes? It's just a hat. I mean, it's an enchanted hat, but I'm not the hat. I am the rat underneath that. I'm once again thrown off by these stupid fucking mushrooms. Oh, that actually looks really nice. God bless the red overlay. It makes all the colors look good. Because I wanted to add like some grass and pebbles and then actually paint out the dirt here. It is supposed to be like a little bit of a clearing, so there shouldn't be too much grass or pebbles, but there should be some! The one that I use for my VTubing camera is just plugged directly into my computer, but it's always plugged into my computer. I think what happened was I put a bunch of stickers on my computer, and then to do that I had to like pull the cover off, and the place that the cover is on, that I was putting stickers on, is also like you have to unplug everything on that side. And that's where the phone was plugged into, and then I think I forgot to plug the phone back in, and then when I did plug it back in, I think it just didn't actually plug in correctly? I don't know. that makes sense. That's just rude. I think I'm also just used to, like, Sims mod drama where people are, like, paywalling mods. Which is apparently, I guess, a common epidemic now, because I see it with just about every game's mods. It's like, certain mods are always paywalled. But in The Sims, it's, like, particularly considered nefarious for various reasons. Sims modding drama in general is very weird. Can you clarify about what you mean by Ethernet plus power? Is that like a different cable? Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's what a lot of games do, Tormuse. And the Sims one is specifically, if you use any Sims assets, you are required to only do early access for a maximum of 2 weeks. But if you don't use their assets, people will paywall their mods entirely. And then there's this fantastic, incredible drama in the Sims community where a bunch of people have been paywalling their mods. And, like, the thing is about the Sims community is like 20 fucking years old at this point. People have been modding this game nearly longer than I've been alive, and for the longest time, mods were free. Yes, Kier, sometimes RestreamBot doesn't catch all the messages, sometimes I have to double check, apologies. So, like, with Sims 4, like, the, like, Patreons and paywalled mods apparently, like, just, like, exploded in popularity, which was really weird to a lot of the older fans of the Sims games, and especially older modders. So there's this, like, became this divide of, like, people who were only free mods, and if you didn't do that, you were weird, and then people were like, well, early access is okay. Like, it's understandable to want to be paid a little bit for your time in this, especially if it's something you have to continuously support. And then there's the people who are just like, you have to send me $20 before I will send you any of my mods, and it's just like, what? But then there was this incredible, like, burst of this bubble where, like, several of the top popular people who were doing paywall mods apparently got a group together who were trying to catch people who were stealing their mods and re-uploading them. They were pirating mods. Like, that's an absurd sentence for me to say, but people were pirating paywalled Sims mods. And the creators of these mods got really pissed about that. And what happened was, instead of being normal about it, they decided that they would change their method of delivering their mods. They would still be paywalled, but when you paid, like, for example, if it was like a Patreon subscription, what you would do is you would then comment on, like, their Patreon page or whatever, and then they would personally DM you the mods. And everyone was just kind of like, okay, that's kind of weird, but I guess, like, it makes some sense. I don't know. And then someone was like, this is weird. Like, this is objectively weird. And they were doing this because they were trying to catch the people who were pirating their mods. And what they did, these absolutely insane people did, is whenever it was like an object mod, that's what these people were. These were people, like, designing, like, create a sim items. Like, they would design a coat, and then somebody would be like, well, I paid your money, can I have the coat now? And they'd be like, sure, here is a file of the coat. And what they did to that coat is they opened up the texture, and then for every individual patron, they put like a text of their name, the patron's name that they were sending it to, on the file, and then, like, modified it so it wasn't as visible and it wasn't as clear that they put somebody's name on the file. And they did that individually for every single person paying them, so that when the pirated mods would show up later, they could then check the pirated mod to see which person's name was on the file. And then they they would add those people to a blacklist and share it in this, like, weird mafia of Patreon paywall mod owners. And then those people get blacklisted on all of those people's sites. And it's just like, guys, this is for fucking modding. What is wrong with you? like I heard about this, like, just, like, off in the distance, because I follow a few Sims creators who are normal about Sims modding. And they started talking about it, and I'm just like, what do you mean there's, like, this black market mafia going on in the background of Sims modding these days? I just wanted a cool coat. People are so weird about these things. And, like, I get it, like, I'm a creator. You know, I like to have my work recognized, and it's nice to get paid for things. But when I'm creating something for, like, a community, like modding, that's not something I feel like I should be paid for. Like, that is a gift to the community. And I like the idea of stuff like early access, especially, like, for really big mods. Like, some of my personal favorite mods are by Twisted Mexi, who does Tool Mod and Better Build By, and those are huge fucking mods that have to be updated every single update. And the Sims team is bullshit and updates like every 3 months, so that happens quite often. And I'm sure that guy has a day job or whatever, but people get really mad at him when he doesn't update within 2 or 3 days. I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, you do deserve like $10 a day per person for this. That's a lot of work to do. Yeah, exactly. And it's not even like a hobby almost, like, because, like, I don't know, people are weird about hobbies these days. If you tell somebody you have a hobby, they're like, oh, how do you make money off of that? And I'm just like, I don't. I do this for fun. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Tormuse. Like, it feels weird to make money off of something that you're not, like, specifically commissioned to do for somebody else's IP. Like, it's one thing for people to, like, come up to me and say, hey, can you draw a piece of Tignari from Genshin? And I'd be like, oh, sure, pay me $30. But it would be weird if I was just like, hey guys, I drew this picture of Tignari, but you have to pay me $2 to see it. That feels weird to me. Like, why? But it's also another thing if, like, I'm like, hey guys, I drew this picture of Tignari, and some random cool person was just like, hey, it's pretty cool that you drew Tignari from Genshin. I want to send you $10 just because you're a cool person. It's like, alright, that's fine, I don't care. Like, it's different systems. Like, yeah, exactly, Ty. And that's why people are like, look, early access makes sense for Sims mods. That's why they allow it in their actual terms of service for Sims. It is kind of sad that they can't just say, no one's allowed to paywall mods entirely for The Sims, but they can only really deal with what's actually in their IP, which is the meshes and textures and stuff. But yeah, like, the mods I've made have literally just been for fun. I only do things for fun, unless it's for money. AKA work. Everything else I do is just for fun. People are weird, though. Speaking of mods, though, I did figure out how to mod Genshin. And now that Genshin is basically just another dress-up game for me, I have been playing again. Ooh, do you want help finding a name? I need some kind of win in regards to language, because otherwise I'm gonna drive myself insane thinking about Abyssian again. How many words do I have left in Abyssian? Where's my notebook? I just had it. Also, please send me the picture. the mods I made for The Sims were mainly retextures of items and other things. Like, at one point I was making some of my alien characters in The Sims, and there weren't any good textures for like scales on the character's face, and I needed those, so I made that. I made a set of eyes once. I stole Mona's hat from Genshin, and then there was an item from Guild Wars 2 that I brought into the game as a radio. But it's really glitchy and it looks really dumb. But you know what? I got it into the game, so I'm proud of that. Unless you're talking about Genshin mods, in which case all of the mods in Genshin that are like, I say allowed, but Genshin still doesn't like any kind of mods at all. But the only mods that are like quote-unquote safe to download for Genshin are visual mods that just like change the appearance of things. So that's what I have for Genshin. I just have outfits for everyone. Which finding outfits for everyone was really hard. People are really horny about Genshin, and like, kudos to you, but I also just wanted to find fancy outfits for everyone. Do you know how hard it is to go into a character and you're just like, look, I'm not looking for a horny mod, I'm just looking for a normal mod, and all of them are horny. I was just like, what is this, Skyrim? This is what I expect from Skyrim. Like, of course I open up Nexus and the first 3 pages are just weird horny stuff. Oh my gosh, this is taking a turn of a conversation. What was I looking for? I was looking for how many words I have left to make up an Abyssian. For context, I'm making up a con language for my stories because there's one thing I'm obsessed about. It's about making sure the magic system in my stories makes sense. And so it's all based around this concept. I'm okay. This language called Abyssian or Renenpe in Abyssian itself, and every word has a meaning. Each of those meanings, it does different things when it comes to magic, and it kind of also just ties into how the universe works as a whole. And I'm trying to finish thinking of the meanings for the Glyphs language, but I've got like 11 left, and I don't know what to put there yet. And it's frustrating. It's nice to meet you, Reishiashi? Right? Oh, no, that's Raitoshi. No, that's Japanese. I'm trying to say it like Chinese. I'm so sorry. Raitoshi? I am afraid I do not read Japanese. This is an English-only chat. Oh no, my cat's doing something bad. What are you doing? Marjorie, I heard that. What are you doing, you little shit? I'm sure somebody could read it. Where's the translator? Also, that's fine. I'm just clarifying because you did put something in a different language. I'm cool talking about languages, but also... I am so sorry. I've had pumpkin pie and I did not enjoy it. And that is my fault. That is a fault on my own taste buds. That's not the fault of pumpkin pie. Every time I have smelled pumpkin pie, I get upset with myself because it smells so good. But my taste buds hate me, and they do not like pumpkin pie. Oh no, Tormuse! Oh no! I fully understand that. I understand that, like, on a personal level, because, like, every time I complain about drawing something, like a particular body part, everyone in my chat is just like, oh, ha ha ha, you're silly and horny for this. I'm like, no, I just want to draw it properly. No, Dai, it was good pumpkin pie. It was when my grandma actually knew how to bake still. Her cooking skills have very much declined over the years, but it was when she could actually like cook a fucking amazing pumpkin pie. Like everyone else in the family went nuts over them, and I was so sad because I was like, I want to like this so bad, but my body hates me. It really is that all the time. Like, curry is another thing. So my sister, one of the times I was visiting her, when she still lived in the States, she ordered a couple of curries for me to try, that she really liked, and I was so sad because I was like, oh, this smells so amazing. And I hate the texture. I just looked at the fox noodles. I love them. They're adorable. I do like Raposa, and I do like Briar, but I will say Briar does tend to lean a little bit more feminine when it comes to names. I think I'm infected with the Genshin curse at the moment, because I looked at this and I was like, oh, Goru. But I also thought birch, because for some godforsaken reason, whenever I look at Goru and Genshin, I'm just like, birch trees, and I'm like, why the fuck am I associating this wolf thing with birch trees? Oh, Jasper. Jasper is a good name for that. Now this is all too red. I'm so sorry that you have gotten me while I'm in the curse of, like, color theory noodles, trying to figure out this art. The magic is fine. The plan there is to mix in some darker and lighter colors. I plan to leave it solid from the beginning, but I'll probably, like, add in, like, the implication that it's slightly transparent later. But... I love German so much. I don't know German, but I had the delightful experience of my sister learning German and then just saying random German phrases and words at me sometimes. So... Yeah, oh no, I totally get you, Tormuz. Oh god, that's... I feel like, I'm sorry, I'm not horny for teenagers. Can you please make this a little more modest? Like, how do you explain that to somebody who clearly had a very different idea of the scene? I was actually kind of complaining about that earlier. I was talking about how I'm trying to find, like, a new anime to watch, or just something that I can put in the background while I draw for 8 hours. And I can't find anything, and I'm trying to find things in, like, this specific, like, section of anime of just, like, weird psychological stuff that's also batshit insane. Because unfortunately, the weird psychological stuff that's batshit insane almost always has, like, the weird type of fan service. And I'm just like... And it very much falls into that category that you're kind of describing here, where it's just like, oh yeah, I'm here for it. Oh, that's a little bit much skin for me. Yeah, I get that. I think I've personally, like, the games that I have downloaded mods for have never been in that sort of category, but, like, it's a nice thing that you consider that and you think about that when you're modding, because most people don't. I heard about that! I heard about that, Noodle, because, like, I'd heard about Komi Can't Communicate, and I heard that, like, a lot of people really liked it, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll put that on my list. And then, like, out of the blue somewhere, the first, like, negative thing I heard about Komi Can't Communicate was that it had, like, weird fan service, and I'm like, wait, what? That one has weird fan? I've literally never seen anything that had weird fan service about Komi Can't Communicate. What do you mean there's weird fan service in here? I think, like, the only thing that I have heard, like, I'm not sure how to describe it, like, the only time there's been weird fan service, and, like, I've never seen anyone complain about it, is specifically Dungeon Meshi. Because everyone's totally fine with Sensei getting the weird fan service. We're all here for that one. But everything else is just like, why do you do that to your character? Can you leave them alone? Can you let them have, like, a moment? Please? And it's wild, because, like, the thing about the idea of fan service is that it's supposed to be something that's, like, specifically for the fans. Like, it's something that makes them happy. And it doesn't have to be just that the characters have big boobs that they show off all the time. Like, that's not the only thing that's in the category of fan service. There are other things that are fan service-y that don't fall into this weird category of weird fan service. And I wish more shows would do that. You can't see my face right now, but it went through the 5 stages of grief reading that sentence. Why? 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 I feel like this definitely feels like the same category as the shit that happens in No Game No Life. Cause, like, it starts off kind of relatively normal. If you've never seen the show, spoilers, sorry. It's not spoiling that much about the interesting parts of the show anyways, so it's fine, honestly. Yeah. Actually, speaking of that one moment, I have to talk about something else too. But, like, in No Game No Life, it's so weird because it starts off very normal, at least in the absurd normal that I love to watch. And it's these two kids who are step-siblings, and they're both, like, incredible neats. Where, like, they haven't seen the sun in, like, 3 years or some bullshit. And they get transported into another world. And it has such an incredible fucking premise. I love No Game No Life. It's my favorite kind of premise. And then they decide to give the siblings a weird fucking relationship. And it's just like, look, I'm used to the weird bullshit fan service that anime has to offer. I still don't like the way that they treat all of the other characters in it, but I at least can, like, tolerate it. But then you put that on top of everything else. And I was just like, can you do something that's not horny in this, please? For, like, just a moment. But no, they can't. Not even the movie that is set in the past, that is the two characters that are implied to be the previous incarnations of the main characters. Not even that can escape from the horny, and they're in the middle of a fucking apocalypse. I am aware, Kira. I am aware that every anime based off of a light novel is unfortunately sanitized in comparison. I've heard the horror stories about SAO, and I refuse to get anywhere near the original writing in the light novel because I'm terrified of what I will find in there. I know already, and I have bleached the actual phrase of how it's described in SAO out of my mind because I don't want to know. Daishima, get the fuck out of my chat. Get out of my chat. Leave. Leave. No. You don't come in here and you say Gun Gale's Online season is the best season. It's the worst fucking season. No, Alfheim Online's the worst season. I regret my statement. Gun Gale Online is better than Alfheim Online. Fuck Alfheim's. See, that makes sense because there's an actual plot line in Gun Gale Online. Oh, the spin-off! I see. I never watched that because Gun Gale Online as a whole, like, premise infuriated me. No! It did not at least have laser swords. It is a gun game. It is a fucking gun game. Why does the game have swords that are implied to be better than the game's fucking main weapon? No, that's bullshit. Kirito is bullshit. The entire game is bullshit. The entire season is stupid. The only thing interesting about it was that there was a serial killer. Sword Art Online is awful. You don't need to hear me rant about Sword Art Online again, please. I'm begging you. Let me breathe. I was watching the abridged series again lately though. Thank fucking God. I hate first-person shooters. I don't like gun games, but I know a lot about them because my dad used to play first-person shooters, and so I have seen a lot of first-person shooter gameplay. And the fact that a melee weapon in a game about fucking guns can take them down, I don't care how skilled he is. I do not care about whatever bullshit protagonist skill level Kirito has with a sword. When you're in a gunfight, the guns, by every stretch of the imagination, will always have an advantage over the fact that you have to get up too close to them. I'm infuriated by the entire premise of Kirito and Gun Gale Online. He doesn't even have his bullshit stats, because they specifically say this. They specifically say in between the time of Alpha Online and Gun Gale Online that they found the bug with Kirito's stats and they reset them so he has normal stats in Alpha Online again. I'm fine, Tormuse. I rant as like a pastime, don't worry. I'm exaggerating, I promise. No, cultivation worlds are fine. They have their own worlds. We're talking about Sword Art Online's universe, which I unfortunately know a lot about because I've watched most of the seasons of everything. Because my brain hates me and it has to know. It has to know. Like, all the other bullshit premises in, like, Excel World and Sword Art Online, I can at least just, like, accept them. But I cannot accept Gun Gale Online. Okay, but how is the character building in Gun Gale All? Because if it's not good, like if it's at the same level or near the level of the characterization in normal Sword Art Online, I'm not gonna like it. And I'm already so infuriated with Sword Art Online, like just by association it's going to get some of that fury, so it's gotta be really fucking good. I'm just saying. I'm also really biased because I watch the Sword Art Online abridged version all the time, because it's actually decent. It's got characterization, which is more than the original can say. Even if it's absurd. I don't think I've watched Gate. Is that the full name? There's a longer name of it, right? Katseo it's so good. It's so good. Some of the off-color jokes from the older episodes don't land as well, but some of them still make me giggle, and I feel bad about it. Specifically, the scene with Asuna entering Tiff's shop for the first time every time. And the follow-up joke, when she shows up later, and he's just like, do I need to put fucking salt lines around the door? Okay, 8 out of 10 I can accept. I have a little entry of like what makes good character writing in anime, in general. It's just Sword Art Online is just so abysmally low. It's just so bad. Maybe you'll have to tell me more about this particular show, Kira. Because I think there's multiple shows with, like, Gate in them. And I've heard of one at least. I keep hearing about Steins Gate and being recommended it. That's the one that I'm thinking of. Aw, oh, hell yeah, Noodle. Get to 1,000. I love Owl House so much. Oh my gosh. Owl House actually was like the final bit that I needed to figure out what I was looking for in the con language that I'm making for Magic. Owl House is a joy to see, genuinely. Oh no, not the weird military fetish. Oh, that's something that always scares me off from something, because it's just like, are you just weirdly into military stuff? Or are you weirdly into a specific military thing, and do I need to be afraid of that? Lolita Fashion Yandere is just... Oh, what the fuck's her name? Serial killer from Danganronpa. That's nothing. Actually, on that topic, now I'm thinking about characterization and stuff, and specifically weird characterization, I was very pleasantly surprised by the characterization in Doki Doki Literature Club. Cause like, I was expecting like them to be anime-ified and stuff, and the horror to come from elsewhere. I really loved how normal they made all of the characters feel, including Monica up until the reveal for Monica. I thought they did really good with that. Because they make them feel like real characters up until the point that you realize Monica knows this is a game, and then they suddenly feel like game characters again, and it feels really weird. Like, it's such a great touch of the horror. Miss Mia, what are you doing? Hi. Oh? What's the name of it? You can't just say there's a good magical girl anime out there and not give me the name of it in the same sentence. Yeah! Hi, Twig! How's it going? Listen, I'll take okay. I watch Pretty Cure. Let's be... My standards for magical girl shows are very low. Although I have been meaning to... Oh, what's it called? The, like... the big magical girl show that everyone talks about. With the Rose character and the princess lady with purple hair and swords. And this is a very bad description. Thank you! I will check it out. I need more things to watch. I'm dying. I was about to start looking up video essays on YouTube, and I was just like, when I do that, it's fine. I finally hit my limit. Oh my god, Kira! I will take video essay recommendations if anyone has them, though. Yeah, but that's like the implication when you say I was wondering why it started to smell. You can't fault me for assuming that. That's the connotation of that sentence, and you damn well know it. Where's my other cat? I feel like she's performing this shit. Let me check real quick. I'll zoom out so you guys can look at this. It's kind of starting to look like autumn-y with the colors because I added so much red. Maybe I should add a little orange. No, orange would be bad. Orange would not look good. It needs more purple. And more actual green. The grass is too yellow. Let me look at my cat real quick before I freak out. Oh, there you are! You're being a good girl! Great job. Hi. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're fine. I don't know if you heard Miss Marjorie. Hi. Yeah. Oh, are you gonna come over here? I will invite you up here. My desk is cleared. I cleaned it just for you. You're fine. Come here. You're invited. You're invited to come up here, baby. I love you. You're invited. Wow, rude. Come here. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, no. I don't know about that one, folks. I would not enjoy that in the slightest. Oh dear. Yeah, that one gets a major yikes from me. Inviting you up here. Look, I'll even take this away. Look, you're invited. You're invited up here. Come on to the desk. My lovely little bean. Love you. Come here. I want to pet you so badly. Your fur is so soft. Oh, Christ. I hate that trope so much. Like, it's one thing if the character, like, at least looks like they're in their, like, 20s or something. But it's never that. It's never. Hi! Hi! Are you a cutie? Are you a cutie? Yeah? Are you a good girl? I have a kitten on my desk. She doesn't look like she's a kitten. Yes. 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 Good girl. Good girl. Good job. Yeah, that's definitely the epitome of Marjorie. Mia is so weird in that she's the opposite. She won't beg you for pets, but she wants them. All of the time. So you have to go up to her and you just start petting her and she's good with it. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, that's why she's on my desk and not on my lap. She got mad at me earlier because she had some poop stuck to her butt and I was trying to cut it off. But it's fine. I'm trying to... She's like so afraid of being pet in any room except if she's on my bed. So I'm trying to get her out of that feeling that she needs to be afraid of being pet for some reason. This is step 1. And it's working out really great. She's so excited to be here. And she's learning to headbutt properly and not headbutt so hard that she knocks my phone across the room when she headbutts me at night. Good girl. No. Good girl. No. That was so cute. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. But she's just so cute and fluffy. And oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. Mm. Oh, you can do that. She's purring. Okay, here you go. Good girl. Good job. It wasn't even that hard of a bump. But she went to stand back on my desk, but she had her head pointed down a little too low and didn't realize how far away she was. And she like leaned her head back up and just smacked my monitor. I don't think it was audible enough, but there was just the tiniest little boop. Alright, I'll catch you later. Hey, can you move your tail off my iPad? It's fine. She's taken a few hard knocks. She can deal with it. Oh, goodness. She's so silly. Hey! Let me check. The last two that I see are my messages going through, and the last one was, and that's before it gets into the weird fetish stuff, having ancient female characters, etc. Yeah, I don't think it's a... could be. Do I need to make another leaf brush? I think I need to make another leaf brush. One moment. Don't mind all my work in progresses. This is normal. Where's my brush? There it is. No! 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 It's so weird! Okay, Lolita and lollies are two separate things. And every time they get combined by whatever it is, whether it's anime or just some foreigner not understanding the difference between the two, I get so mad about it because Lolita is just a fashion style. And it's actually a fashion style specifically to oppose, like, a specific male gaze that was, like, prevalent at the time. And it's just like, no, it's just about, like, dressing up cute and feeling like a young girl again and yada yada yada, but it's also just, like, cute clothes, okay? And not sexual. Stop making it sexual. Why are people weird about other people? Marjorie. That's what I thought. She's hyper now.
Did you find something?
Yeah. Here, I have a present for you.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, I didn't mean for that to happen. Also, this is incorrect. That's a one. No. What's the character name? I could tell you if it's like actual Lolita outfits. Where's the calorie? Stupid wiki pages. It is and it isn't. It doesn't have the traditional Lolita shape. It does have Lolita motifs to it, but it is probably too... It's not even that sexualized, but it is a little bit sexualized enough to no longer be Lolita. It is a cute design, though. I'm sorry they've done this to her. She deserves to be in a magical girl wonderland of her dreams. Like, that's a perfect, like, magical girl villain changed into one of the protagonist's outfits. That's perfect for that. Do I have an unhealthy attachment to Setsuna from Fresh Pretty Gear? Yes, but her design is peak, and I stand by that statement. Yeah, magical girl stuff. I've seen Puella Magica. You can't trick me. Also, let's be real. Magical girls are no stranger to death. The creator of Sailor Moon wanted to murder all of her characters in, like, the first act. And they wouldn't let her. It's one of my favorite Sailor Moon things. It's just, like... She's so unhinged about Sailor Moon. She's like, yeah, I wanted to kill them all. And they wouldn't let me, so I let them come back to life. But I still killed them. Yeah, that's about right for a leaf. Maybe a little bit shorter. It is a delight. A match made in heaven. Alright, now we make another leaf. And test. Duplicate. And then we change the icon. Oh, don't look at me. Oh my gosh. 1 second. I forgot I was taking hand refs again. My deadpan stare into the camera. I needed them because I have to draw an absurd amount of hands for harpy hair. Oh my god, same. Okay, where is my leaf? My leaf is gone. It did not save properly, and that upsets me. Save. PNG. And save image. There we go. Now maybe? There we go. Excuse me now. Oh my gosh, yes! I can draw so many vines now! Very good. I've made so many brushes for your 2 commissions specifically. It's great. Oh, why is that? Oh no. Oh no! It's rotated. How much do I have to turn it? That's incorrect. There we go. Also, if you hear crashing in the background, it's just Marjorie going ham over a cup. Or not a cup, a box. I made her this, like, little paper cube a while ago, and she got so excited about it, so occasionally I just make her more paper cubes out of cardstock, and she loves them so much. I need this to, like, adjust color slightly, but I don't think I can do that in... See, that's just... I don't like that as much. You know what else I need? I can get this right. I can get this to work exactly as I want it to. I like this less. I guess I'll go back. What are you doing? It's amazing how green something that's yellow can look. What the fuck? What the fuck? I hate color theory! That's orange! Why is it green? I need to see this in a vacuum. 1 second. 1 moment, please. I need to save this color and look at it in a vacuum because my mind is broken. What do you mean? Why does this look so green? That's it. I'm literally in the orange. What the fuck? Olive colors confuse me so much. Like, look at that. That looks like a pure green right there, but that's an olive. And it's just because it's next to all of this, like, super red that it looks like that. I don't like this leaf texture anymore. It's bothering me. I'll need to refine it, but if I can get it right, I will have my own, fine texture, and that will delight me. I don't like this green, but I need this green here because the background is so red. I need to tone down the red. It's too much. Colors are evil. It's because it's the most fun to draw. Like with interiors and buildings and stuff, you have to follow the rules. And you have to do things in a certain way to make it look right. But with nature, you just slap a few colors together and like, wow, that looks like a tree. Good enough for me. And that makes it fun. Ambrosia physically has to stop themselves from doing a background for every single thing they do. Do you wanna know what's worse? I've just always been like that. Even before I was a background person, I was a full body person. Everyone else around me was drawing headshots, so they wouldn't draw hands. And I was just like, what do you mean you can draw headshots? I have to draw the entire person. I think people are just cowards. It felt like relearning how to draw to figure out how to add headshots to my commission list so people could commission me for slightly less money. I literally had to go figure out how to draw headshots because I couldn't draw headshots without looking at them and hating them for the longest time. And even then, I did not like the headshots I was drawing until I drew portraits. It's so sad. I didn't like drawing headshots until I slapped a shitty background behind it and I was like, oh, this is fine now. And now I don't have headshot commissions, I only have portrait commissions again. If you ever see my commissions page have just plain headshots on it, I've been hacked. That's a lie. I'll occasionally do them, but I don't enjoy doing them for commissions. Also, that's totally fair. I'm not judgmental of people being cowards. You should draw what makes you happy. And also, I totally understand that. Feet are evil. People think hands are the big final boss of art, but they're wrong. It's not hands, it's feet. And we don't need to get into that argument again. I'm losing my voice slightly, which is why I've stopped talking as much. I yelled too much at the beginning of stream. Oopsie. I just get very excited to talk. I'm always so quiet at work. Mostly because talking to people is scary. And then you get me on stream and I'm practically shouting. If not actually shouting, because we're talking about something that makes me shout. I'm alive. Sorry, something is wrong with my sinuses right now. I don't know what it is. I'm not sick. My sinuses just hate me. My dad said the air quality in the area has been really shit lately, and it might just be that. I'm not sure though. But it's something's affecting me. Also, I also have that. But it's... Despite the fact that I have had a fursona in the past, it's not because I'm a furry. It's because my first foray into like digital art was Warrior Cat stuff, and I really loved Warrior Cats. And Warrior Cats artists have a very furry art style. No matter where you find them, they all look like furries. And so whenever I draw a cat, it looks like a furry. I don't currently have a fursona though, so you can't call me a furry. I've been trying to figure out what my fursona would be. I tried to make it a crab. It didn't work. I didn't like any of the crabs I designed, so that's out. But it's probably a crab. At one point I tried to switch from a cat to a bat, but I didn't like the bat designs I was doing either. See? I'm not wrong! I think it's just because Warrior Cat artists are also often furries. Which, considering the content of Warrior Cats, makes perfect sense. A Warrior Cat OC is just an entry-level persona. I used to have a Warrior Cat OC. I don't remember what her name was. I do remember being obsessed with, like, specifically Leaf Pool. And so I think I also named her Leaf something, but I don't remember what it was. Am I wrong? Am I fucking wrong? Am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong. I have seen the Warrior Cats to furry pipeline happen to so many people. And the opposite, furry to Warrior Cats pipeline. I was a part of that. It happened to me. I say I had an accidental persona for a reason. I don't recommend it. I think it's funny to look at from afar. And it definitely was, like, perfect for, like, the, what's the word? The kids who are reading it, like, the age group, like, it's perfect for that age group. It doesn't hold up. Oof. Yeah. Like, if you're gonna read young adult stuff or, like, kids' books, just go read Percy Jackson. Or Artemis Fowl. Or, like, a bajillion other things that were actually good books. No, that's fair. You're like adjacent furry, if not straight up furry. I'm not sure what you count yourself as. Are you anthro? Are you an anthro dino? Because if so, I'm sorry you're a furry. I'm sorry to be the one to diagnose you as furry. I think that just means you can be a furry if you want to. It's all furries, no one cares. No one in the furry community actually, like, really uses, like, variant types of furry. If it's an animal and it's your sona, it's a fursona. Like, stuff like featheries, I think, is mainly just, like, a joke name. I don't know, I'm not actually in the furry community, I'm just, like, adjacent to it, and one person I follow on Tumblr is, like, super into it, and so I hear about all the discourse from, like, like, in the upper rings of, like, an audience eating popcorn. Understandable, Kira. Look, I can't say anything. I was an accidental cat furry for like 5 years, and then I realized what it was, and I understood what furry meant, and I was like, huh. I guess I'm this on purpose now. And then I was like, I don't like this cat design anymore. I want to become a bat, and then I didn't like the bat design, so I was like, I don't have a persona now. I don't know what to do about that. And now I have 3 different characters that are like the devil and angel on my shoulders version of persona OCs. That's true. An animal that can talk is not necessarily a furry, but a furry is typically an animal that can talk. It's a square versus rectangle situation. Nekomini is what they call those, I think. Whatever the fuck they are. You're just a fox girl. Like, you could, like, if you leaned into it, if she had a fox form, like a feral form, then, like, yeah, she'd probably be a furry. But she's just like the fox equivalent of a cat girl. Kinomini. Kino, it's a Japanese term. Yeah! That's it. Thank you, Kira. Kimomini. That's too many syllables for me. I mean, like, it depends. Like, that's a fox-specific thing. But if we're talking about animals in general, that could technically be a feral form, and technically be a furry anthro situation. I mean, yeah, that's the yokai lore, but this character is not technically a yokai unless Noodle says that this character's a yokai. Because, like, yokai are specific things. Like, to my understanding, I'm still doing research into yokai and stuff because I do like to incorporate that sort of cultural connection to my work. To my understanding, it's more than just a fox that can turn into a woman. A kitsune in yokai lore has, like, specific story implications, specific powers and stuff like that. It's not just any old fox that can turn into a lady. I think there are other fox yokai that have transformation powers that may be that. But I don't know. Folklore and mythology is really weird and complicated, and everyone tells the story differently, and I get very confused very quickly. I hate looking up Greek mythology, but at the same time, I love Greek mythology. I was looking up Norse mythology again, and I was so confused. Like, genuinely confused over Norse mythology, because, like, they're like, yeah, these guys have, like, 5 different names, and they do 5 different things, and they're mentioned in exactly one line of this one poem that we know about, and we know literally nothing else about them. And I'm just like, cool. What the fuck? That makes sense. I just haven't looked that much specifically into Japanese folklore. I need to, though. They have so many cool yokai. I love all the little guys. I was reading a fanfic, or I read a fanfic and then I reread it the other day, of Boku no Hero Academia. My guilty pleasure is reading fanfics from that, not because, like, I don't know, I have this, like, weird hate-love relationship with the source material for Boku no Hero. Like, I think it's decent, it's not bad, but it doesn't intrigue me in the same way a lot of other things do. I think the character of Deku specifically is interesting, but I think the direction that they went with Deku, I don't know, it didn't speak to me as much as other representations in fanfiction that I see of the character do, which are wildly out of character. But what I really love about fanfiction for Boku no Hero is they really explore, like, the culture and the society that comes out of everyone having a superpower, and a certain subsection of those people not having subpower. I really love that, like, exploration of specifically quirkless culture, and I always look for fanfics of that. But there's this one fanfic that doesn't do that, and it instead explores a different idea, which is, yeah, everyone has superpowers except for Izuku, and instead, Izuku sees all the quirks as yokai. Like, that's how people got their powers, instead of it being like an evolution thing or anything like that. Everyone has a yokai attached to them. No one's aware of this. But Deku specifically can see yokai, and he's aware of this, and he's aware of all that, how that works. And it's such an interesting way of melding, Japanese folklore with the idea of quirks in a superhuman society, and I thought it was just super cool, but I don't know about enough about Japanese folklore to know how accurate it was. Oh god, Noodle, I feel that. I feel so bad. I don't want to get into the details of who or why. I can't draw characters with curly brown hair. Like, I can't design an OC with curly brown hair. It is so difficult for me. I've gotten better about it. I've gotten closer to it. But, like, there's certain times where, like, I'll be drawing, or I'll be designing a character with curly brown hair, and I have to stop, and I have to change the shade of brown. Oh, I love all of these guys, these little dudes. Oh my gosh. The second image. Welcome back. I just looked in my DMs and saw Daishima also sent me Gun Gale Online, the spin-off show, as if I don't know where to find it. Yeah, no, I feel that. I feel that. I genuinely feel that. Sometimes you just have to, like, change it a little bit, and then it's okay. And it's not so different that it feels like a different character, but it's different enough that it breaks that association you have with those traits. Yeah, I feel like that's, like the cat gaining a second tail and foxes getting more tails. I feel like that's, like, basic folklore. Everyone knows about, Japanese folklore, at least. At least I feel like that. It's like the first thing I hear about. It's so interesting, though, like, as soon as you start looking into the different, like, classifications of yokai and stuff, like, you find out, like, cats having a second tail means they could be one of, like, 5 different types of cat yokai. Some of them hate people, some of them love people, and some of them, they're just here to fuck around. And I love that so much. Like, I think, like, that's something I really adore about Japanese folklore, is, like, I feel like in a lot of other places, there's a reason or, like, a story or a purpose behind every single, like, piece of folklore you hear about, or, like, the gods and goddesses of, like, Greek and Norse and Roman mythology, and then you go over to Japanese folklore, and it's just like, no, he's just a guy that's there to fuck around. And I love them for that. Like the toilet paper demon. I feel is like the epitome of that. Like, why is there a toilet paper demon? Yeah, like, it's like that, it's more about just, like, the age of objects, and like, the things coming to life, and them just having a personality and being a thing. My pin is not working. I'm going to charge it for a few seconds to see if that fixes it. Hey, Noodle, it's totally fine. You can just take the same route I do. Actually, I want to show this on screen because I just love this art so much. Hang on, let me go find it. Look, if you ever feel like your guys are just too feminine, don't worry. I've got you covered. You can just make them more feminine. This is a cis man. And I'm giggling, but I love him so much. He's so gender. I love Farron as a character. Just the idea of him. I haven't talked much about him, and I don't really have too many details about him, because he's really just a side character that shows up in a few assorted stories. Oh, don't look respectfully, look disrespectfully, he's here for it. Wait, have I shown you guys, the Fae Queen? Hold on a second. Let me go. He is though! Am I wrong? Here's the spring queen who has even bigger bashonkas. Which I made as a joke. But I also really do just objectively like her design. The silhouette is good. I need to fix the details of it, I think. Cause like I like the center bow, and I like the drapiness of everything, but I don't like the chains, and I feel like a few of the other details need adjustments. But yeah, exactly. A big play. Listen, we're just here, like, look. I think everyone deserves big boobs if they want them. I don't. I'll donate mine to somebody who does. She is thick. She is. Irene, she is. She's a thick lady. Those are her hips. That cloth is thin. She's a curvy lady. No, she's supposed to be curvy. Like, actually curvy, not weeaboo Genshin quote-unquote curvy. She got meat on her bones. Farron does too, actually. Here, let me go find Farron. There's a ref of him in only underwear because of his tattoo ref thingy, so I just want to make sure I don't show that on stream. This is also this is Farron. Curvy is good. Thank you, Kira, for understanding me on a spiritual level. I need to do that comic with Farron so badly. Because there's another character who's supposed to be a trans... They're not a trans man, but they're assigned female at birth to non-binary. And I need to do a comic with Farron and that character. It really is. It really is. It's just like Mother Nature. Do you have a receipt for that? And or can you just like make it easier for me to give this to somebody else? Because it's not that I don't appreciate the thought, it's just it doesn't really work out for me. That is the true tragedy. Back pain is the real tragedy. No, I actually need to do research on that. On how I know how I want to do it. I want to do the like boob reduction versus like actual full-on top surgery. But I need to look into the details on how all that's done. Cause I know somebody who has gotten a boob reduction and it looks fucking great on them. So that's why I want to do it. Cause that's the result I want. Oh, you're so lucky. I don't get a ton of back pain or anything, but I do occasionally, and my posture has definitely gotten worse as part of the fact that my boobs are big. It definitely has affected it for sure, which is really frustrating. I'm trying to get better about my posture though. All of these colors look wrong. Ah, that's correct. That's the color I want. Yeah, I just don't really have a good time or moment to do it at the moment, currently. I'm sure I will one day. That is very funny. Poor Yuri. That poor girl's gonna have back pain for her entire life. The worst part is I know exactly who in my family to blame for these genetics, and she's not even sorry for it. She cackled when I asked her to apologize to my sister and I. I was like, how dare you? I'm still not pleased with these colors, but I'm getting more pleased, at least, and that is something. Oh, can I tone that down a little bit? Ooh. Ooh, that's nice now. That's looking a lot better. Did I? I did. I made a whoopsie. I'm going to see if I can't fix this. Through the power of overlays. Getting there. Almost there. And then blue, perhaps? Oh, yes! Yes, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. I wanted muted colors like this. I feel like that's also just accurate and common. Like, that feels right for Yuri's character. That might just be me, though. Okay, I'll have to clean up the edges, but yes, 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 very good. Evil cackling about the colors in my art. Oh my god, Kira, give her a break. My goodness. Okay, I'm just doing this to not have to look at the blue color bullshit for a second. Yes. Yes, these colors are correct. Okay. Okay. Now the shrooms. Being a furry is a normal stage of development in an artist's career. It's totally fine. Don't let people bully you about it. If anyone bullies you for being a furry, the correct response is, it takes one to know one. And then they'll never bother you again. I'm gonna sit here for 3 hours drawing dirt now while I work on these mushrooms. Oh, the eye thing looks really cool. Wait, Natsuki being trans isn't a canon thing? I thought that was a canon thing. All of these seem accurate to me. 10 out of 10. Everyone gets so weird when somebody's just like, I think this character might be autistic. That I'm not surprised by. I thought Natsuki being trans... I was really confused on that one, actually, okay? Because, like, she definitely reads as, like, canonically trans to me. It's more implied than anything. And I swear I saw something about, like, a specific scene with her, and then I never saw that scene in a playthrough, and I was so confused about it, and now I'm wondering if it was a mod that somebody was talking about. But I swear I saw that Natsuki was supposed to be canonically trans, and now I'm so confused about it. It could have been, but I swear I saw something by the creator. I don't know, it's been like years since I've seen that. Cupid Twister Arrow, please tell me what her cutie mark was. Or his cutie mark. I never had a My Little Pony OC. That was when I was too worried about being cringe. I had just gotten out of my Warrior Cats phase, but like I still really wanted to watch Mischievous Magic because I was like, but I still really like the designs. Okay, Twilight Sparkle is an objectively good design. But I never made a My Little Pony OC. Oh, you're fine, don't worry. I'm just asking because I'm curious and nosy. I don't know, I remember some controversy or something or other about people calling Natsuki a trap. Which, first off, don't call anyone a trap, that's just fucking rude. But that's what I recall, leading me to believe that it was a canon thing. Exactly! There is no such thing as cringe. Like, you may cringe at something, but there's no such thing as something, like, being cringe. And the people who made that up are just people who hate fun. I'm going to have to stop myself from drawing rocks at some point, I know. But I'm having so much... I'm having fun. Oddly enough, on like the subject of like me being like a background artist and specifically nature stuff, the thing that got me to love drawing backgrounds so much was drawing rocks. Which is such a weird thing, I feel like. Like, out of all things I enjoy drawing in nature, it's rocks that are my favorite. But they're so fun. I have never heard of trap being a descriptor. It has always been called a derogatory term, or in some cases a slur, because the implication of trap is someone posing as a girl when they are not a girl. That is the implication of it, and the implication of it for trans people is just misgendering. Like, before people were just like transgender, the term before that was transsexual. It wasn't trap. Trap has always been a derogatory term from my understanding. And I know online spaces are weird about that sort of thing, but I feel like a common thing across many online spaces, at least that I've seen in my experience with LGBT terms, is it starts out with a lot of insults, and then we take back those insults, and they're just like, no, fuck you, it's not an insult anymore. Or we double down and be like, hey, can you stop calling us slurs? But I feel like that's just my experience on online communities. Yes, exactly. That is exactly the implication behind it. That is the other implication, Noodle, is that it is a very intentional trick. And that is why it's such an insulting thing to call a trans lady, in particular. Because trans people aren't tricking you about their gender, that's just their gender. Yeah, I can understand that. In the context of applying it to, like, someone who is trans, though, like, that, it's definitely an insult. That makes a little bit more sense, Kira. But it's also very notable on, like, the community that you were seeing that in and stuff, too. I don't know where you are. I'm not assuming anything about them in particular, especially with the description you just provided there. But I know context matters, too. And I say that just because there's been a lot of, like, radfem rhetoric out there these days that is, like, cleverly disguised as feminist rhetoric, and it's actually just more turf bullshit. Yeah, I think that's also another fair example of just, like, people can describe themselves as whatever they want to as well. And in that case, it's not an insult, it's what they're calling themselves, and that's totally fine. Oh, I disagree with that, Tormuse. There's far too much context and history behind that term to just call that any character that. I think it would be one thing if it is, like, an intentional, like, trick in the way that Kira described it, but you definitely wouldn't want to refer to just any character like that. Turf bullshit. Yep. Oh, is YouTube comments being dumb? Because I didn't see a comment. Uh-oh. Hey, YouTube. Oh, I see now. Just slow going, chat. I got it. Yeah, it's a wide place, I've noticed, and the culture of different sites and the way certain terms are used and such like that, it's such an interesting phenomenon as well. Because, like, I think the most prevalent divide in internet culture that I've personally witnessed and seen is Tumblr versus Twitter/Instagram/TikTok. I put all three of those in the same category for this, because, like, you can't say bad words on those three platforms, or, like, there's just, like, this, like, weird censorship of words on all those platforms, and, like, the way people try to get around those terms, and it goes into this, like, weird kidification / uwu text / stuff. Like, it feels so weird. And then you go on Tumblr, and then you just see people swear and, like, say words like sex and, fuck and all these other words and murder and blood, and you can't say murder or blood on TikTok or they'll get really mad at you, and it's just like, what the fuck? Hello? Hello? No, I'm not gonna sanitize myself for you. Get out of here. That's why I can't, like, I try to try other social media platforms other than Tumblr, and I hate all of them. Because of that, like, culture shock of it being a different internet space, and people just acting in such a different way to than what I'm used to, in ways where I'm just like, that seems stupid, and I don't enjoy that. I'm gonna go back to my hidey hole. But in the same vein, like, it's also really interesting seeing people move from those platforms to Tumblr, and that culture shock for them, and the way that they have to learn how to interact with the site and whatnot. Like, I remember during the mass Twitter migration when Musk took over, people had to keep posting explainers of like, hey, you have to give yourself a profile picture and like some description on your blog, or people are going to block you because they think you're a bot. And I think that's so funny. That is also true, Kira. That is so true. And, like, I think that's something I personally applaud Tumblr as a whole, at least in my corner of Tumblr that I've seen, like, the slice of people going, hey, all of these people got pushed out of this other place for such and such reasons. Let's not be assholes to them. Let's explain site culture to them. Let's write them explanations of why people are blocking them because they think they're a bot and stuff like that. Whereas, like, in comparison, like, other places will, like, complain about Tumblr culture and all these things, or, like, people will complain that Tumblr doesn't have an algorithm, or they'll be like, oh, but this algorithm's so good on TikTok and whatnot, and I'm just like, you're so weird about your algorithm, like, I get it, that's the site, like, that's the way the site works, but also, like, yes, exactly, Cass. Oh, delicious. Yeah, I remember trying to join Twitter for the first time. My VTuber Twitter is not my initial Twitter. My other Twitter became my private Twitter later on. Because mainly because I couldn't figure out how Twitter worked. I shit you not, I went on the site and I was so confused on how to do anything on Twitter. I was like, I don't understand. This was way before Musk took over. This was ages ago. I don't use Twitter anymore. The only reason I go on Twitter is because somebody I commissioned on VGen posted the commission I got, and I just wanted to retweet it real quick, and then I leave immediately. That's the only reason I show up. But, like, I tried to join it because that's where all the art folks were going, and I was trying to, like, understand how to promote my own art and stuff because I was, like, still attempting to do that at that point in time. And then at some point I was just like, I don't like Twitter. Like, every piece of it is, like, the opposite of what I want in a social media site. And then I gave up, and I privated my Twitter. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you have more poop stuck to your leg? Can you stop doing that? Can you stop sitting on your poop? Your fur is not made for that. At least you're not as bad as Mia. Also, yes, I'm painting these rocks individually. Don't look at me. I like painting rocks, okay? Don't worry. I'm always double checking my rocks. I only need one vagina cave incident. Never again. The worst part about that story was I thought it was the cave, and it wasn't even the cave. But now I'm like extra, like, I'm of course extra subconscious about, like, or what's the word? Not subconscious. I'm just gonna say paranoid because I don't remember the word. I'm already extra paranoid about bark now, but like I'm also extra paranoid about caves. Self-conscious, yes, thank you. Oh, have you heard that story, Tormuse? I love telling this story, don't fret. I think it's fucking hilarious. Also, don't worry, Kira, I was like seeing ghosts of vaginas like all over the piece. Afterwards. And continuously afterwards. Okay, so this is back when I was in college. Context number one, I have drawn in class since I was like 13. In high school, I carried around sketchbooks around with me, and then in the end of high school, I had digital art that I was doing for a portfolio for my art classes. So like I just got used to like just drawing every second of the day. And in college, I warned all of my teachers up front, hey, I'm going to draw in class, and I want to reassure you that I am still paying attention, and I'm taking notes, and everything is fine. I don't want you to freak out about it. Please do not tell me to stop. It helps me learn, I swear. So we all had an understanding that I would be drawing in class. And I was working on a commission for a client on Toy House, and their character was like this alien character with like a lot of really bright colors. And it was a really cool character, and I was very excited to work on it, and it was a full illustration. And they didn't really give me too much direction other than they wanted kind of like an alien planet background type of thing, so I was like, okay. And when I was working on it, I was like, I need to figure out like a background that works well with the characters' colors, because the characters' colors are kind of all over the place, and it looks great, but it's hard to put in just like a normal earth and greens and browns and blues and stuff like that. And so I went with this like really magenta pinkish background and oranges and stuff like that, which is relevant very soon. That's all the background you need to know for this story. So I'm drawing in class, and for more context, I went to a technical school for college. I majored in video game design. Software and video game development. That was my major. And of course, we still had to take some extra classes like English and stuff, and we had this one class with this one really cool professor who was kind of insane. I don't really have a better word to describe him. He was just off the wall. He was crazy, and I loved him for it. Like, fantastic teacher. And he was like super obsessed with Kurt Vonnegut and all of Kurt Vonnegut's books. So it made literature class with him incredible. But we had another class with him for like resume writing, and I don't remember which class it was that I had with him where this incident happened, but he's like, I think it was the Kurt Vonnegut one, because he was like going on a rant. He was talking like, I think he just spoke for like 30 minutes without taking like a deep breath. About whatever it was that day, and I was listening along, I was nodding along, it was great. And he's the kind of teacher who like walks around the classroom, is like waving his hands, has the book in one hand open, and he's like super into it. Genuinely fantastic professor. But I will not remember him for that. What I will remember him for is in the middle of this like long drawn out speech about whatever the fuck it was that he was so excited about, he's stopped, like, froze, turned down at my iPad, and yelled, and the door to the classroom is, like, wide open, and he was not quiet about it. He just goes, "Is that a vagina?" Dead silence in the classroom. And I look up and I'm like, no? And he's like, oh, okay, carry on. done yet. We're not done yet. I was so, like, befuddled and confused about it. I zoomed out on the picture and I'm looking, I'm like, I don't see what he sees. And like, I turned to my desk mate and I'm like, do you see it? I asked like a couple other students that I knew, I'm like, what the fuck is he on? But that's not the worst part. Like, these people were very polite. They're like, no, we don't see it either. I'm like, okay, I am so fucking confused. That's not the worst part about the story, though. So, I go back upstairs to my dorm. Weird system. Weird system. Where my dorm happened to be above where the classrooms were. Go back to my dorm. I get back online. Because at this point, I was already terminally online. All my friends were online. And I got in a voice chat on Discord. And I'm like, hey, yeah, guys, a really weird thing just happened. And I told them about what happened in this class. They knew about this professor already and all that jazz. And I send the picture to chat. I'm like, do you guys see it? It gets really quiet. And one of my friends goes, hey, I don't want to alarm you. I see two. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? What? I'm running to go find the picture real quick. And at this point, I was just like, fuck it. Draw a circle around it so I can fix this. Because clearly it's an epidemic. And I'll pull it up and I'll give you guys a chance to like guesstimate where the supposed incidents were happening in this and what I did to cover it up. Here it is. Yeah. So, right off the bat, you might have noticed a few unfortunate color choices in regards to the trees. Thank God, Tormuse. The booty cheeks. So here's my confusion. Here's where my confusion was, and where my friend had to correct me. Because at the time, I was in the classroom, and why I'm so nervous about caves and vaginas now is I was working on these rocks here, and I was so confused because I was like, there is no physical way to see these as that. Like, that just simply does not look at it. I mean, maybe if you were just looking at this bit right here, but even still, that looks like rock with vines on it to me. But no, so this branch right here did not previously exist. And this moss behind it, there and here, did not exist. What was behind here was more bark. And it was like an intersection of two branches, and it was just shaped in just an unfortunate enough way to kind of look like that. So I guess, like, if you were a teacher gesticulating wildly and walking around the classroom and you glanced over, you might have seen something unfortunate there. But it was all just tree. But my friends were very kind and helped me cover it up with moss. But it's still my favorite story because it's such an absurd thing to have happened. Honestly, like, he had already been one of my favorite teachers I've ever had. This just made me think he was even better. Like, that's such a funny thing. I think if it happened to anyone who was less confident about their art or, like, their sexuality, it probably, like, would have scarred them for life, but I just see it as a funny story. Like, I cannot stress enough how, like, I was so bewildered in the moment even. I didn't have any brain power left to be embarrassed about the fact that he had just shouted it so loudly in a room of, like, 30 people. God, I hope so. That would be so fucking funny. I hope I meet him again and he asks me about it. He was such a funny guy, like, truly. It does. It wasn't even like, I know we were talking about it earlier, like, not necessarily red flags, but just, like, weird things about people, but, like, rather than make him, like, into, like, something weird in a creepy way, like, it just was so funny. Like, you could tell it was just a genuine, like, is that what you're drawing? My other weird art story, is I have personally been victimized of the real world physical art equivalent of art theft, and, like, or not art theft, of art reposting, and it is such a wild experience on every single level. My high school art teacher was something, and it's just like, you know, this is still on the same subject of, like, just weirdness in a creepy way. That's was not on purpose. My high school art teacher. So we didn't start off on the right foot. This is gonna be a bit of a long story, just because, like, there's a lot of history there. First off, I moved cities. Like, I moved across the states in the middle of high school. My freshman year was in the South, and then the last 3 years of my high school were up in Wisconsin, which is where this takes place. So this teacher didn't know me. I just kind of showed up one day, and I was accidentally assigned to a class that was meant to be a junior-senior level class as a sophomore, and this teacher got real mad about it. Excuse me. And I could tell, like, she was trying to be really polite towards me, but she was very clearly upset that a sophomore got assigned to a class that was higher level. And then there was a very... Oh, wait. Let me know when it's done. I will wait. The backstory is important here, because it was, like, just another, like, slow build-up. That's the worst. That's the worst, when it's a slow build-up. Alrighty, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it when people tell me there's an ad break going on. But yeah, so, like, I was in her class when I technically was not supposed to be. And there was just this lovely, weird, horrible moment of tension. Don't worry, I'm going over all the important details again. There's this wonderfully weird, horrible moment of tension the first time I met her, where, like, she had a mean look in her eyes. She was not happy to see me. And I was like, oh no, this is gonna go really horribly. like my last art teacher who, like, knew I had a passion for art, but was also the kind of art teacher who hated anime art, and was not pleased about the fact that I was drawing anime art. And there was just this terribly horrible moment of tension where I was like, yeah, I'm an artist, and they said this class is a really good pick for me when I was in the counselor's office. And I open up my sketchbook and I look at it, and, like, I've never seen someone go from, like, 100 to 0 that fast ever before and ever since. Where, like, she was pissed that I was there, and then she looked at my sketchbook and was like, oh, never mind, you're supposed to be in here. I was like, oh, thank God, everything's fine, I'm supposed to be here, even though I technically wasn't, and everything was all good. I was like, okay, we're all good, Gucci. Little did I know that was that was not a good thing. I thought everything fine, but that was simply the descent into madness. That's my next 3 years of art in high school would be. And I was blissfully ignorant as long as I possibly could have been. That year so this class was a portfolio building class. I think they were more mad at the counselors than they were mad at me. Like, she was definitely not mad at me. Like, she wasn't pleased that I was there, but it was definitely more of the counselors should not have put me in this class as a sophomore. Like, had she seen my art before and recommended me to the counselors, it would have been one thing. But this is not a class, like, this was a senior level class, technically. So, the way this class worked was, it was a portfolio class. It was intended to be either the replacement for AP Art Studio, or the like, lead-in to AP Art Studio. So, AP Art Studio was, like, the highest level art class you could take here, and the idea of it was you would build a portfolio of I think it was, like, 24 art pieces over the course of a year. You would submit it, like, an AP test, and then you get scored on that like any other AP test. And if you're not familiar with AP tests, they're like honors classes, but 5 times worse, and, like, each of them is an individual ACT class, and I don't know why they do this to high schoolers. It's awful. They're supposed to be college level courses, but really they're just courses that teaches you how to take a college, like, not even college level, beyond college level test for that subject. And if you get high enough score on it, you'll get college credit for it. It's stupid. I hate American schooling. But this class was actually really cool in that, because it was an art portfolio, you had something physical. Like, if you were going into the arts, you had a portfolio at the end of it. So it's like the one AP class I was slightly less mad about. And the class that they put me in as a sophomore was the equivalent of that if I didn't want to take an AP test. So it was like taking physics versus AP physics. And that's why she was mad I was there, because I was not supposed to be there. But yeah, so that's moved all over well. And my sophomore year went pretty well, and it was pretty nice, and we had, like, a bunch of cool things happened. I joined, like, the art competition that they did every year, and that went pretty well. I got my first critique during that, and, like, if you think I'm hard on critiques if you ever get an art critique from me, it's because of this experience specifically. Where, I went into the room to get my critique, and, like, the lady that did it, this was in front of all of the students that were in, like, the category I was in, which was, like, some, like, digital graphic design thing. The lady who did the critiques was, like, she was, like, a strict, mean teacher, and she did not hold back, no matter who you were. And I came out of that room in nearly tears, and, like, actually sweating. Like, I went into it fine, I came out, and my teacher looked at me, and she was like, "Are you okay? You're, like, pale and sweating." I'm like, "I'm fine." It was bad. But it was a great experience, because then I was just like, you know what? I need thicker skin for critiques. But yeah, off topic. So the year year goes by smoothly, and we have like an excursion to Chicago to go to the art museums there. Highly recommend them. They are gorgeous art museums there. And I got a few weird comments from the senior students that were in the class with me, because the portfolio class I was taking was done at the same time as the AP portfolio class, since everyone was technically doing the same thing anyways. So I was a sophomore in a class with a bunch of seniors, and it was really neat because I got to see their perspective on things and stuff like that. And I got to hear their opinions, and I'm going to refer to her as Mrs. A, that's the teacher, because that is always how she'll be referred to in my mind. And they had a lot to say about her, but it was the kind of thing where you couldn't just say it. And it was just like this weird thing of like, she's an okay teacher, but we don't really like her. And I'm like, I don't understand why you don't like her. I mean, I get she's hard of you guys because you guys are doing the really hard portfolio, but I don't get it. She seems so nice. She was a sweetheart of a teacher, if she liked you. And she really liked me, because I was a good artist, and I was a suck-up. I was a teacher's pet. And like, I was like, surely this is totally fine and everything's fine, and I don't really get it. And so the year continued, and they all graduated, and then there's a few more people in junior year, but like not too much happened in junior year. I think the only major incident that happened junior year was just like things got a little more uncomfortable because she didn't have as many senior students that year, and I didn't really interact with them. But I think I either took the portfolio class again, or I took like the drawing classes and basically did the same thing. Because I wasn't allowed to take the AP class until senior year. And it got a little weird because she started really focusing her attention on me, and I thought it was kind of like one of those situations where like you get a prodigy student in high school and you want to make sure the student like knows all of their opportunities and knows all the things they can do, like competitions and stuff. And she knew that I like wasn't necessarily going into art, but I was going to be an artist still. And so she was always trying to get me to do like competitions and stuff, and she put a lot of energy and focus on me. And I was just like, okay, this is a little weird, but like I get what's happening here, and it's fine. I'm cool with it. I do want to do these competitions and stuff. I think it was like the Scholastic competition, the one that's like nationwide, and stuff like that. And I don't think I was able to do it that year. But I did the other one that they did us like a field trip, like I did the first year. And I was like, okay, this is a little weird. But the weirdness, like, came to a head when I started hearing students I didn't know and had never met in high school. Because I was a loner, I was very much a loner and a hermit. But people started knowing my name if they took her art classes. And that was a little weird. Because I am not a people person. I am like the epitome of introverted. I was just like, okay, this is a little weird, but I get it. I'm like kind of her star student, and like I'm letting her treat me as a star student. So it's like, it's a little weird, but it's not that bad. Surely it'll tone down. And then it was senior year. This was a bad year. So first off, I made the mistake of offering to be her TA. And I especially made the mistake of happening to be her TA for her painting class. And if there's one thing that I fucking hate about high school, and high schoolers in general, is that they're assholes. And these people would make me late to my class because they wouldn't go clean up their fucking paintbrushes. Or anything. Like, they would do thing after thing where it's just like, hey, Mrs. A, I recognize that I'm supposed to be helping you as a teacher, but I'm not supposed to be your maid. Or any of these high schoolers' maids. And it got so bad, I had to get the counselors involved. I had to have a literal fucking intervention and be like, no, you need to tell these students to clean their fucking paintbrushes. It's not my job to clean their paintbrushes for them. Like, it's one thing for me to put the paintbrushes back after they clean them, but it was bad. It was bad. And that was only the start. That was the start of the year. It took me like 3 weeks before I was like snapping at her for this. Because on top of that, the reason I was pissed about it is it was making me late for an online class that, sure, I didn't need to be there exactly on time, but I needed to check in with the person that was managing the online class in the school physically for me, and then I actually had to go do my work. Like, it was self-guided study, but I needed to do my work type of thing. And then on top of that, I was taking the AP class, which meant I had a portfolio of 24 pieces to make. And if you've ever done art before, specifically large art pieces, like this, you may go, 24 pieces in a single school year seems like a lot. And it was. I think, to my knowledge and understanding of the 3 years I spent at that high school, I am the only person that got through the AP Art Studio portfolio class and actually completed all 24 pieces, and was somebody that was not like a photographer. Like, that is how incredibly atrocious the expectations for this AP Studio class were. And that wasn't the teacher's expectations, that's the AP boards. Like, they're absurd. If I could, I would go slap every single one of them. But that's not the focus here. The focus was, I was stressed. I had a lot of stuff to do, and I had free time because my schedule was made in such a way that I would have extra free time for both the portfolio class and all the AP classes I was taking, the fact that I was taking a college course at the same time, and also the online class. I needed that free time for these things. So I was pissed that her time was eating into my free time. So that was the first stone in this pile of turds that happened. That was like, I respected this teacher at the beginning of the school year, and by the end of it, she was one of my least favorite teachers I've ever experienced. So there was that. There was the fact that she was already treating me in this weird, like, it went from like normal, like, oh hey, you're a pretty star student in art, to a very, very weird way of treating a student that is like your star student in something. Like, it was creepy levels of weird, to me at least. I don't know if anyone around me experienced that. I think my dad figured it out and was like, oh, okay, I understand now. We'll get to that later. But like, again, she was talking about me to every single student she taught. People knew my name in the school, and it was creepy. Like, it was not in a fun way or in a fun, popular way. And she would constantly use my art and my, she had everyone do portfolio sites, like websites, and which was understandable. Like, that's a good standard thing to do these days, especially. But she would use my portfolio site as an example and stuff like this, and she would not ask me for permission to do these things. And I was just like, hey, I get that I had to, like, give you these for assignments, but this is getting a little weird. Why am I your only example? I don't like that. And then we get to the Scholastic competition, which this year I had actually submitted a full thing for Scholastic. I did a series of 7 pieces for it, and a couple of them we had printed out, and I was really excited. I didn't win like overall, but I did go to state, I believe, so I scored decently well, which was really cool. And it's something I'm still proud of. And I had actual physical prints of a few of the pieces that I especially liked. And they were like nice prints, and they were on like thick poster board and stuff like that. And they told me when I was at the competition, like, gallery thing, they're like, yeah, we're gonna send these back afterwards, and you'll get them soon. I'm like, okay, that sounds cool. And then I didn't get them. And I was like, that's a little weird, but I mean, like, it's not that big a deal. They maybe just got lost in the mail, but it's not like these were, like, the pieces themselves. All my art was digital at this point in time, pretty much. So it wasn't a huge deal. If I needed to, I could just reprint them. And then Mrs. A was like, hey, they're doing a gallery at the middle school, like over here in the area, and I'd really like you to share some of your pieces in the gallery there. And I'm like, I mean, that's cool and all, but I don't really want to. I really don't want to put my pieces in this gallery, Mrs. A. And she insisted that I like, she kept pressuring me to put some of my pieces in this gallery, and I said finally, look, if you want to put a couple of my prints up there, fine, whatever. I don't want to be a part of this. But sure, I'm not showing up though. And she's just like, the only time you're required to show up is at the very end to pick up your pieces. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. And so I had a couple of the prints that I gave to her so she could put them up. And that was the end of it, until the end of the gallery. And this is the bit that is my, like, real world experience of, in physical space, having somebody repost my work. Because I showed up to the gallery, and sure, the prints that I expected to be there were there, and all of my Scholastic prints were there, because they sent them to the school. And she did not tell me that they had arrived. And I remember walking into the gallery, and I was with my dad and my stepmom, and I stopped, and I was like, I turned her and I was like, why are these here? And she's just like, I thought you might. And I was like, I didn't give permission for this. And my parents were immediately like, whoa, hey, that's not very polite of you. And I'm like, no, this is not polite of her. She did not tell me she had these. She did not ask me if she could put these up here. I didn't want to participate in this whole gallery thing in the first place. I am incredibly weirded out by all of this. I'm incredibly uncomfortable, and I got in a little bit of trouble at first for the way I said all of that. But afterwards, my dad was kind of like, yeah, you know what? You're right. This is weird. And so I took all my prints home, and I turned to Mrs. A and I said, you don't have permission to use any of my stuff ever again like this. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, like, they credited me and everything. Like, they had to. It was a school thing. If she didn't put my name... Let's be real here. She was more interested in getting my name out there. Enough, like... It was not a jealous art teacher thing, Noodle. That's the thing. That's the really weird part about it, is she wasn't jealous of me. She was living through me. It was like having a pageant mom. It was so weird and creepy and uncomfortable the whole time. It was literally like having a pageant mom, because she wasn't interested in, like, taking my name off of something and putting her name on there, or, like, anything like that. She wanted my name on those things, because she would then get credit as being my art teacher, in that sort of form. And, like, it was just... Oh, it was so uncomfortable, and it was at that point where I was just like, I have lost all respect for you, because it's just like, one thing after another. I think I'm also her only student that got a 5 on the AP exam. That I'm actually proud of. Like, fuck AP exams in general, but I am proud of getting a 5 on that one. That's the highest score you can get for an AP exam, if you're not aware. But, like, just the whole year was incidents like that. And then, like, I finally graduated and I was like, oh, thank God, I'm in college. I'm, like, 5 states away. The only way she can contact me is through email. Surely everything will be smooth sailing from here on out. Surely. But no! It's never ending! It's never ending! couple years down the line, I hadn't taken my original portfolio site down. I was actually still using it. It was one of the few things where I was like, you know what? Fair enough. I should make a portfolio site and keep it updated. It was my original commission site. And I get an email from somebody, which was weird because I never get emailed for commissions. I usually get messaged on whatever platform I'm advertising them on. But I got emailed for this one, and they're like, hey, I'm interested in a commission, and they started talking details to me. I was like, wow, and I'm just like, hey, you know, kind of a weird question. I'm just curious, because you're the first person who's emailed me, where'd you find me? And they're like, oh, my art teacher told me about you. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. No. Turns out, Mrs. A was still using my portfolio site as her main example for all of her students, which definitely means she's probably even to this day still using my art as an example, given my permission or not. And it's just like, lady, you gotta stop at some point. And I messaged them back, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, if you're still interested in a commission, that's totally fine. I'm just really creeped out about the fact that she's still talking about me. And they're like, that's fine. I didn't end up getting a commission for them. Totally fine, by the way, because that has got to be the wildest conversation to have with the commission. But I was just like, you're fucking joking me. This is years after I graduated. And you're totally right, Toramuse, that it was not a misunderstanding or anything, but the worst part about it is she didn't even ask if she could use those prints from Scholastic. She knew I explicitly didn't want to be in this gallery, but she never told me that they had arrived. I didn't know she had them. Like, that is such a wild thing to do as a teacher, to withhold the fact that a art student's art came back and that you were holding on to them. Like, had the gallery not happened, I have sincere doubts I would have ever seen those prints again, much less thought they existed still. Oh my god, yeah, like, I couldn't put a name to it at the time why I was so creeped out about the fact that she was still using my site and I had gotten a commission from this site, but yeah, it really was spreading, like, my name associated with my online presence and contact information. Like, that's... Like, I'm one of those few people who's just like, I'm really private. Like, if you happen to see a photo of my face or something like that, it's whatever, it happens, but like, I am very specific about the information I am comfortable with having online, and I was not comfortable with this. It was so creepy. And it's just like, it's such a weird experience to try to describe to people, of like, even a very positive relationship with a teacher or somebody in that position can end up turning into this very twisted, uncomfortable thing. It's fine though, like, at this point it's just like, that site no longer exists. I have completely deleted it. I don't use it anymore. And when I deleted it for good at that point, I also, like, never connected it to enough things where, like, she would have had to go to my Tumblr, follow my Tumblr for like 2 more months up until I made my card. Yeah, it was a lot of boundary crossing for sure. But yeah, like, if there's anything I'm adamant about online, it's like, just don't fucking repost art. And if anyone throws a fit about that, I love telling that story to them. Because it's like, no, you don't understand. It can happen in the real world for one, and it doesn't feel great there either, even if your name's attached to it. But yeah, I've got some real wild art stories. I think those are my main two. The actual competitions that she had me join that were like statewide things, those were fun. But they were kind of in this like liminal space feel. Like, it really felt like you were in a liminal space in them. because they would basically like empty out a bunch of college rooms for the day, because it was a single day competition, and everyone would get on a bus and they'd drive for like 2 hours, and we would arrive. And before the competition, everyone would make, it was like either 1 or 2 pieces for whatever category they were in, and you would bring those as like your like pre-made piece, and then when you were on site, you made another piece for a different prompt. That was like your short-term, like, in the moment inspiration piece or whatever. I don't remember what they called them. And you're judged on both. And it was really cool because the judges were like actual like professionals, and they had a lot of really good insight, and they, like, you could ask them questions and stuff. And it was a lot of fun. When you didn't have somewhat of a manic teacher like her, like, insisting on you doing your best every 3 seconds. And like the first year was a lot of fun because I was like with all these seniors and stuff, and they knew what they were doing. They had done the competition before, and they were at the give no fucks phase of senioritis, which just made it more fun as a competition. Because if you don't give a shit and you're only given an hour to like put together something as a group, because there was like individual competitions and then there was a big group competition. Like, if you're only given an hour to do something to fulfill a prompt that's basically a skit, you get really wild with it, and it's fun. It's enjoyable, it's silly, and all that jazz. And then it was so funny because the last year I participated was definitely my favorite year. For one, I was a lot more confident in my actual submitted pieces and whatnot, and I had a lot of fun with that. And then we got to the group competition, and we should have won. Like, 1,000%. Everyone fucking loved it. It was a skit that year again, and we did such an incredible job on it. And they got so mad at us because one of the students had like a decorative cane with him that day as like a silly little thing. He had like a silly little hat and a silly little cane with him all day, and it was so cute and funny, and we used that as a part of our skit, and then they disqualified us for using an illegal item in our skit. And everyone, not just our group, but like other students and other classes from other schools who are like directly competing with us, were like, what? No, that's stupid. They deserved that win. What the fuck? That was incredible. I was peeved about that for so long. In my heart, we won. They were just mad that our storyteller old man had his hat and cane. And they weren't happy about that. They were like, you didn't even put like paper on it or anything. It's like, why the fuck would we put paper on it? It was a part of his outfit for the day. I'm sorry, it wasn't covered in construction paper and markers. You guys have such weird rules about what people are allowed to bring. It's fine. As much as the judges often had like really good feedback as like a judge and a critique, they were also a bunch of stuck-up assholes. That's all good, though. I don't have to deal with any of that anymore. That's all that matters. But yeah, never feel bad about having to advocate for yourself like I had to against this teacher. Excuse me. Because people will put on a pitiful act, and they'll say it's not their fault, and they'll say they're just trying to do what's best for you, and they can fuck right off. Here. For sure. like, I've never really been a pushover when it came to my art. I had one asshole in middle school who, like, I don't know if he had, like, a crush on me, or if he was just, like, a weirdo, or if he just, like, didn't know how to handle me but thought my art was cool. He offered to pay me a quarter to draw him, and I was just like, fuck off, I'm worth more than a quarter. Bring me 20 bucks, asshole. But then again, that was just like a year or two after I was the person who started a black market for index cards and erasers, so I did know my worth. That makes more sense in context, honestly. I was like, I don't know, like, I was a teacher's pet throughout schooling because, like, I liked it when my teachers liked me, and I didn't want to be, like, a menace or anything, at least not on purpose. But I also ended up being a menace. Accidentally, for the most part. Like, my band teacher hated me because I couldn't read notes correctly, and I still can't to this day, and he wouldn't let me write on my note sheets. So I just stopped, like, participating in band, which is wild because I was in percussion, so I only needed to read notes, like, half the time anyone else did. Specifically pitch notes is what I can't read. I can read everything else. And I remember this one time, he got really pissed at me because I was holding up band for some godforsaken reason, because I had to tune the timpanis. If you don't know what a timpani is, it's a set of 4 drums. In percussion, they're 4 different sizes, and they're these really big drums, and they make these really beautiful noises. They aren't like the bass drum, which is like a big rolling thunder. They're more of like pitched drums, and they're really neat, and they're really fun to play. But whenever you play them, you have to tune them to the specific note you want each of them to play, and this is the first time I'd ever touched a timpani. I was trying to tune them with the little, like, tuning device thing that he gave me that, like, when you play a note next to it, it'll tell you what note played. So I was tuning them, and he got really upset. He was just like, you know, true percussionists can tune them by ear. And I'm like, fuck off, dude. I've literally never touched these before. Go away. Focus on your stupid clarinets at the beginning of the room. He is an asshole. He apparently was caught for embezzlement later. I don't know if he was embezzling at that point in time, but he was just such an asshole about everything. He was a funny teacher to have, though, because, like, whenever he got mad, like, really mad, like, his face would, like, turn beet red like a cartoon character, so he was kind of funny to make mad. But at that point in time, I just, like, as soon as he said that, I was like, oh, I no longer respect you or care about your class anymore, and I just stopped trying. I started reading books in the middle of class and stuff like that. I was still, like, one of the better percussionists of the squad. It was just that I couldn't read notes, so I had a little bit of trouble with that. And all of the guys on percussion would always run for the snare drums and the bass drum. So, like, it was just a contest of who got there first to play it for whatever song. So I only got to play the bass drum, like, once, and I never got to play the snares. True! True, and he knew it was literally, like, my first or second time ever touching the timpanis. So, like, he knew I wasn't very good at it yet either, and I was still learning how to do it in the first place. He was just an asshole. I think he was just mad because he was trying to teach something to one of the wind instruments up front, and I was sitting in the back trying to tune the timpani. And it really pissed him off because I had trouble reading notes, and I was reading in class whenever he wasn't paying attention to the percussion because he cared a lot more about all the wind and brass instruments in the front. And I was just like, I'm sorry, you didn't care about me before. It really is. It really was just a huge power trip. I'm not surprised he was caught for embezzlement later. Honestly, like, hearing about that down the road, it was just kind of like a, oh, that makes so many things about him make sense in context now. Which is kind of sad, honestly. Which, wildly, the fact that, so, not only was he caught for embezzlement, apparently afterwards, to escape, consequences for embezzling, apparently he committed suicide? I don't know. That's all I've heard about the story. I didn't look into it more because it was just like a chapter of my life I put behind me type of thing. Wildly, he is not he's not the teacher with the craziest crime, that I have had directly teach me. Wilder! So, that was down in the South, and the other one happened up in Wisconsin. Oh wait, no, this one was also down in the South. This is the same area. I forgot, because I was freshman year, I was in Quiz Bowl, and the original teacher for Quiz Bowl, which I had just sassed this dude right before he got arrested for this too. So imagine my fucking fear, being like this sassy little freshman student who was just in his classes, and then the next time you meet for Quiz Bowl, you hear that he, like, I think he cut his wife's finger off with a knife or something. And I'm just like, ah! Hello? Hi? What the fuck? And the way that everyone in Quiz Bowl heard about this was the next time we all met up for Quiz Bowl, because I think it was like once or twice a week. The next time we met up for Quiz Bowl, there's a different teacher hosting Quiz Bowl. Oh, dude, I am fine. I'm way past college years at this point. Like, all of this is years behind me. It was just like, I don't know, I have the experience of being like a bystander in some other protagonist's life that I just happen to be following along. Like, all of these things are just happening to the side of me, and I'm the side character in all of this, other than the shit with my art teacher. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? I'm totally fine. I don't talk about my actual traumatic experiences online. That's not y'all's business. Very sorry, but also not sorry at all. Like, anything I talk about, I mean, obviously it affected me because it happened in my life, but it's something that's just kind of like a, wow, that happened. It's something I laugh about and look back on. But yeah, it was really funny because, like, we went back to Quiz Bowl the next time, and we had no idea this happened. Like, the guy got arrested, and there was a new teacher there. She was a completely different teacher. No one knew her, and I think a few people actually didn't like her. And they're like, hey, where's the other dude? And she's like, he can't be here right now. And left it at that. And everyone was like, what the fuck happened? And then people found out what happened and started talking about it, and then the teacher had to be like, we can't talk about this, guys. It was so wild. Oh my gosh. That whole school system was something. This was also the school system that was, like, super obsessed with academics. To the point of, like, neglecting every other elective. They also cared about, they cared about football, they cared about band because we had the best percussion. They did not care about anything else. You got good grades or you were dead to them. Oh, it's 11 here already and my throat is dying. I'm gonna finish up these leaves for now, and then we'll come back tomorrow. I think a couple of you aren't in Discord, so I'm gonna boot the Discord up real quick, because I think this link still works. Hopefully. I'm gonna double check it. Yeah, it looks like it still works. So you should totally join Discord if you'd like to know when I go live, or if you just want to chat. I'm kind of quiet sometimes in Discord because work knocks me out, but I'm always there. I'm always online. I see all of your messages. I giggle at them. I love the wizards. Oh wait, just 5. It's always something, speaking of just like these wild stories in general, it's always really something when somebody's just like, oh, tell me something about yourself. And I'm just like, I don't know if I can tell you any of the interesting parts of my life because I think they'll scar you more than me. So I'm just like, I have 2 cats, and I leave it at that. That's what people know me as. I'm the quirky little artist with 2 cats. I feel like that's a general thing in life. Like, do you want to be boring and sane-seeming? Or do you want to be interesting and everyone be terrified of you? It's like a thin line that you have to balance on constantly.
It's me, what you looking at? Hi.
I used to be a little bit of a shit of a kid, and I would just be very blunt about certain things. I wouldn't like go into detail, but like just hit the check mark and read the rules after, don't worry about it, Tormuz. I changed it to like Discord's thing. It should actually let you see the rules very quickly after. But it's literally just like that's the only way to set it up to where it gives you the right rules for everything. They're very simple rules. It's the same rules as chat. Be polite, be respectful, don't be weird. My rules are very lenient. They're just there to maintain a safe environment. It's mostly just vibes, really. Oh, so I am a programmer as a day job, and occasionally I will have the pits of inspiration suddenly swell up and I'll attempt to make a video game of some sort. And sometimes I'll ask people to, if they would like to attempt to beta test it. It is very, 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 very rare that I will do so. But in the case that that does happen, there is a beta testing role, so I know who to ping if they would like to take a look at stuff. Oh no! Get some good rice noodle, oh my goodness. I guarantee that there will be a point in the future where I will actually use that role for what it's intended for. I promise. There is a video game that I want to make. I just have so many animatic ideas I have to get through first. There might actually be an opportunity, though, in the near future. I was planning, I forgot to mention this earlier, but, I'm thinking of making a small program for myself for, Abyssian stuff. It should be visible for everyone now, by the way. If you scroll down and you see the Ambrosia's Homework channel, so I'm making a con language, and I am currently trying to finish fleshing out the meanings of words and everything like that. I have a series of glyphs, thinking, if you think of it kind of like Chinese or Japanese characters type of glyphs. I'm fleshing those out, but once I've done all of those, what I want to do is I want to make a program for making a database of words where I pull up like some API of a word randomizer, and it gives me a word, and then I try to assign glyphs from my con language to that word to expand the vocabulary of it. That way, if I accidentally assign the exact same glyphs to 2 different words, I can then fix those discrepancies and make sure every word has a unique meaning, type of deal. But I need to learn probably SQL Express, how to set up one of those. I've set up a SQL database before, but I haven't set up like one on my home computer. And it's been a while since I've set one up before in general. Oh, well, I did one for work recently, but I don't know if that's the same kind of database that I want to use for this program. And I'll have to see if I can actually integrate that with Unity, because I've only really done it through Visual Studio, C++, no, not C++, C#. And that was really in the, like, .NET Core, like, type thing, and Unity is not .NET Core, it's just C#. So I'll have to look into that. But for an example of something I've put, I don't remember if I put it in the beta testing channel or if this was before I was doing VTubing, but I had a very small video game platformer thing where I asked a bunch of friends to test out the movement for it to make sure it wasn't too floaty and to try to break some of the platforming segments that I had already put into the game, and that was a lot of fun. Sorry, I got into a lot of technical words there. Very understandable if you didn't understand all of it. Basically, the language that I'm used to working in to make up a database is very similar but not the same as the language that Unity uses when you're scripting. And so the support that I'm used to and the libraries and methods I'm used to are not present, and I have to figure out how to do that. Yeah. Sometimes people start talking at work in like super technical terms. Like, if you thought what I said right now was bad, you should hear some of the people that talk at work, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm supposed to know all of this, but I've literally never heard every single word out of y'all's mouths, and I don't know how to feel about that. like, oh my god, there's like this one concept called dependency injection, and the first job I had, they're like, hey, can you do this dependency injection stuff? And I'm like, oh, sure, that probably isn't too bad. Maybe that's some, like, in-house name for something. No! It's this huge concept that every single fucking programmer uses, and I was literally never taught it in college, and I'm just like, how the fuck did we skip over this? And then I had to learn it on my own, on the job, and let me tell you, trying to learn dependency injection on your own is like trying to learn how to conjugate a verb in Latin on your own. And if you've ever tried to conjugate a verb, by the way, verb conjugation's coming up soon in Abyssian, and I'm deeply sorry in advance, Kira, and or Cryo, if Cryo's in here. I hated verb conjugation in Latin, and I'm going to make it as painless as possible in Abyssian, but it's never painless. But like, it's just a really difficult concept to wrap your head around, and you can't even debug it properly like you can debug everything else in code properly, and it's really, really frustrating. I fucking hate it. But as soon as you get it working, it's great. Do you guys want to learn what dependency injection is? I can teach you before I hop off for the night. It'll hurt your brains. I'm much happier with these leaves now. They look right. All of the colors here look right. I'm much more pleased with everything. Thank you for your patience, Noodle. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna need a new canvas for this. That's Miss Marjorie. Hi, Marjorie. Hi. She looks like she's glaring at the camera, but she's just really excited to be here. SQL injection is different. I can explain that too. Okay, hang on. Let me go in here. Ignore the harpy hair masks. That's for something else. Look at my cute OCs though. I love all of them. Okay, so SQL injection is it is a form of hacking, essentially. It is a way to manipulate data in a way that you don't want. So to explain SQL injection, it's like you have a statement for what you want a database to do. Databases run on a few different types of statements. If you want to grab data from them, it's a select statement. If you want to change like a cell in a spreadsheet, like think of a database as just a giant spreadsheet. And you've got your spreadsheet and it's got all these columns of data. And you have a script that interacts with the spreadsheet, and it just has like a statement of like update call to change all of this to like a different thing. And what SQL injection does is, if you don't set up the code for this statement properly, someone can overwrite this statement to do something malicious, and instead of updating column 2, they could, for example, delete the entire spreadsheet. This is a thing they can do if you do not properly take care of SQL injection. So it's very important that you don't let people accidentally interact with your database. It's a security measure. That is not what dependency injection is. Dependency injection is a whole lot more complicated, and it's something you do on purpose, which is just great. So, in programming, I'm gonna talk about this specifically from a C# design perspective, because that's the language that I do dependency injection in, and that is the language that I work in as my day job. When you are designing a program that is not like just a website, if you're just doing a program in C+ or C#, when you run it, you have your I'm not sure what to call it. Oh, it's main. You have your main. And this is essentially the first bit of code that your entire program is going to run. This is where it all starts, and it's where it all ends. Every other piece of code that gets called during the entire process of your program running is going to come from this. And when you're running a program, you typically don't want your program to do 5 things and then kill itself. Instead, what you want to have happen is this kind of comes out and it does like a loop of things. And it keeps going until you tell it to stop. And then it'll come back out, and then it'll clean up everything that it needs to do. But while you're doing this initialization thing, you want to set up all the different bits and pieces of code, and have them do all their important things to set up before they get into this loop of doing whatever they need to do. But there's a few problems with that. The biggest problem is just the idea of like the architecture of code and how you set it up and how you organize it, which code pieces can interact with other code pieces and stuff like that. And dependency injection is something that solves a very specific problem of you don't want every single piece of code to be aware of every other single piece of code. It's bulky and it messes things up. So what dependency injection does is whenever you have a specific object, you tell that object which things you want it to know about, and the idea is before you get into your main loop, you come out and you have this start, and let's say you have a zoo object. Well, you want that zoo object to have all the animals, and you want it to have all the zookeepers. And you don't want to do any complicated thing to tell it where all the animals are and all the zookeepers are. So you use dependency injection to say, well, here's all the animals we already created, and here's all the zookeepers we already created, and we're just going to send those over to the zoo in this start statement. So zoo is already aware of all of these things, and then when you get into the main loop of whatever the hell the zoo is doing, it already has everything it needs. And that's dependency injection. And it's great until you have to debug it. Because it's like this weird, like, abstraction of how all of this stuff connects together. And if you don't know how dependency injection works, when dependency injection breaks, it's very hard to tell what's happening. I'll leave you all with that for tonight. Good night, everyone. Have a good sleep. Let me see if we should raid someone. And tell me if you have someone I should raid. I always like suggestions. Let's see. Yeah, we got enough people for a raid. Let's see. Oh, Ian's still playing. Oh, Simi's online. What the fuck is Lost in Vifo? Hold on, let me see what this is. Oh, is it gonna put me in an ad? Oh, is this a horror game? Oh, it's horror. Alright, we'll just go over to Genshin. Hang on, I have to bother Ian about Genshin designs again. Let's go bother him. Oh, I just tried to raid myself. Oh no. We're off to a great start. Oh my goodness. I don't really have a raid message. You can just yell crab rave at him if you'd like to. Ian's a good friend of mine. He's a very cool dude. So treat him well if you stick around. But I know it's late for a lot of people. It's very late for me. So have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will actually stream tomorrow. It'll either be art or it will be me going insane over con languages. And I'm deeply sorry if it's me going insane over con languages. But yeah, have a good evening, everyone.